Hi, this is Ernie Hudson, and you're listening to the Quantum Leap Podcast.
Hello, Leapers, and welcome back to the Quantum Leap Podcast, Quantum Leap Aftershow. I'm Albie, and today with me is Chris, and we have a special guest. We have Jessie Earl, also known as Jessie Gender, on YouTube. So welcome, Jessie. How you doing?
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much for being here. When I first saw your interview with Mason Alexander Park, I was like, oh, she likes Quantum Leap. That would be cool to talk to her about it, because I watched some of your videos on like Voyager and Lower Decks and stuff. I love Lower Decks myself. And,
Lower Decks is great. I adore Lower Decks.
And we tried to get you on for a while, but our schedules are just weren't. But it like was serendipitous because you ended up coming on for this episode. So I'm so excited to get like your thoughts on this episode. But before we do that, can you tell us a little bit how you got into Quantum Leap?
Yeah. So I've actually been a big fan of Quantum Leap since I was a little kid. So as many people know already, if you know me, I'm a big Star Trek fan. And so I got into Star Trek at a very young age, became a huge Trekkie, and I started watching the show that was on at the time that I was a kid was Star Trek Enterprise, which starred, of course, Scott Bakula. And so I was at school one day, and I was sort of like watching Star Trek Enterprise reruns on the TV after class, because they had it on like UPN during like the middle of the day or whatever. And a teacher Mike came in and said, "Oh, Scott Bakula, Quantum Leap." I'm like, what's that? And he's like, "Oh yeah, he was in a big like a sci-fi show that was also not just Star Trek." I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome." And so that teacher actually had a bunch of VHS copies of Quantum Leap that they had like recordings that they had done because they were big fans of Quantum Leap. And so she gave me a bunch of the Quantum Leap episodes. So I watched all of her like VCR tapes. And then around that time, that was when the Quantum Leap DVDs came out. So I actually still have in the other room my Quantum Leap season 1 and 2 DVDs. From that I've just had since I was a kid. So I used to catch a bunch of reruns, and then I have the DVDs as well. So I hadn't watched Quantum Leap, but like I watched all of it when I was a kid. So I watched all the seasons, but I hadn't been watching much of it until the reboot came back just this year. And since then, I've been watching every episode of this show, and then I've been watching the old stuff here and there too with a friend. She comes over every few weeks, and she's a big Quantum Leap fan, so we just like have a few beers and watch Quantum Leap, and it's a very fun time.
Awesome. What are you up to on your rewatch? Or you just do
we've just been bouncing around. We just sort of like go through the list and be like, what seems like a fun one tonight. So like I think our first night we watched the Halloween one. So the one where Al is the devil, and then the one where he leaps into maybe a vampire. So
Blood Moon.
Blood Moon. Yep. So what was funny about the vampire one, I was here in Seattle. It was literally Halloween night, and we were watching that. Halfway through the episode, the power goes out. So like, oh, are we about to get murdered? Is that what's going to happen here? So yeah, we haven't been watching it straight through. I've been just sort of like, we've just sort of go like, oh, that seems like a fun one. We watched all the Evil Leaper ones, like the one with Neil Patrick Harris, which was, I was like, oh my God, it's baby Neil Patrick. He's adorable.
It's great. So I just watched this episode for the first time about an hour ago, and I'm still kind of like, processing it in my head, and I really enjoyed it, but I want to get your first impressions. You watched it a little bit before I did, so you've had time to process it. What are your first impressions of this episode of Quantum Leap?
I really enjoyed it. I mean, I feel like some of the other episodes have tackled a few issues here and there, but this is the first, like, really clearly they're trying to like tackle a modern issue that's going on right now, because trans women in sports, and specifically trans women, kids in high school sports, so trans girls in high school sports, has been a really big like culture war issue taken over by, very ghoulish politicians who want to make it a cultural issue to stoke their base and stuff. So I was really excited when the reason I got to see it early is they actually, the Quantum Leap marketing team reached out to me to like interview the director, and they told me what the episode was. I'm like, oh, this is a really cool. I'm glad that this is what they're going to do. Like, this is a topic that is very easily a lot of misinformation about and being used in this way. So I thought it was really cool that they went for it. And I really think that they nailed a lot of the nuance of the conversation. You know, it is very clearly a message episode, like a very special episode. Like there's very much scenes of like, hey, we're going to stop and make sure you get the message of the episode very clearly. So there's a little bit of like that sort of saccharine beat you over the head kind of beats with it that, you know, can be pretty cringy if you want to take it that way. But if you, I think that if you look at like all the nuance of what the episode was going for and trying to discuss and actually kind of zigging where you'd expect it to zag, like the parents being actually supportive of their trans kid, when usually the story that you see often in this sort of thing is like a parents being kind of transphobic or not understanding. And I like that this was sort of a different take on that dynamic. In the way that a lot of trans kids are facing right now. I thought that was really wonderful. So I thought it was really solid. I really enjoyed it. And like I said, a few like beat you over the head, like very special episode type of moments. But even those I think are sometimes helpful when you're trying to get across an issue like this that is so divisive in certain areas. So.
Okay, cool. Christopher.
I had the benefit of being able to watch this twice before we sat down to Mike, and I felt so much better after the second time, because the first time I watched it, there's just so much to unpack in this episode, and like coming at a really important topic and trying to serve so many different masters and like get across so many different points of view. The script had a lot to do. And Jesse, you're right. There's times where all of a sudden we just stop and we're in a PSA. But you know what? I feel like that was actually a strength of the episode within the context of Quantum Leap, because in other episodes where they deal with queer issues, and the only one I can really think of though is like Running for Honor in the original series, where they tried to take on a topic like this. In Running for Honor, they did it so safely that you never even really found out if the leapee was gay or not. Mm-hmm. And they basically went with the don't ask, don't tell line. Does it really matter? Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually it does. And I was glad to see that the show actually took such a firm stand on this with no ambiguity, no trying to toe any kind of line, and really trying to get in different points of view. And I mean, it should have been an ungodly mess, honestly, but I think the show worked so well. And by the end of the first viewing, I had tears in my eyes. And I was also shocked by certain revelations that, that's more of the lore stuff. We'll talk about that. But on the whole, I think they did a really good job with this episode. I think it's one of the strongest ones of the season.
Yeah, I agree.
I really enjoyed this episode. Only having watched it once, I'm still processing, like I said. It's definitely a special episode of the week kind of thing. But I think it needs to be right now because it's very important issue. You know, trans rights are human rights, and a lot of people don't understand that. And I think when it got a little bit, beat you over the head with it, it's in a good way. And one of the things that stood out to me really was when they were showing each trans kid, and like they were just showing them directly full in the camera, and for quite a long time each character for modern television. And that was almost like a look at me and see me as a person and understand I'm human. And that really affected me. Like I got teary-eyed in that part because I was like, this is what needs to happen. And I'm so proud of Quantum Leap for doing this episode. As just an episode of Quantum Leap, it was amazing. And I think that has a lot to do with the writing, of course. And it helps that the writer directed it, Shakina, and she's also in it. So that was pretty cool. So I think overall, I'm going to reveal right now, it's probably my favorite episode so far of the series. I mean, they just did everything right. And like you were talking about, Chris, Running for Honor, how it was too safe. I was worried that they were going to go that route with this, but they definitely did not. And I just commend everybody at Quantum Leap and NBC for putting this episode out. And I really enjoyed it. And there was a lot of fun things.
And especially about this topic too. Like trans rights is definitely an issue that has been in discussion right now, but the one that is often very heated and a lot of like anti-trans groups really focus on is trans people in sports, because it's the one that on its face seems like, oh, this is the real, like, well, I accept trans people, but, you know, it's unfair to have trans women facing off against, you know, quote unquote, real women, you know, cisgender women is the real term, but, you know, and so the fact that not only do they have a episode focused on trans issues, but it's about trans kids in sports, I think is a really, just like, I was really glad that they tackled that. I think it was really cool.
Yeah, and they did represent the people on the other side of this issue, on the wrong side of this issue, and you saw them. And I think that helped people maybe that aren't familiar with the hate groups and people that are working against, you know, human rights for trans people to just show the ugly side of what people are doing. Because a lot of it, like you talked about in your video about trans rights, check it out on her channel if you haven't seen it. A lot of that stuff you don't really see in the media, and you have no idea. And like, unless I watched that video, I wouldn't have known 80% of the stuff that's going on just to hurt people. And it's good that this episode also featured that. I'm sure the writer being trans really helps to get the tone right. And Quantum Leap's been really good about diversity and representation, not only in front of the camera in the stories, but behind the scenes too, and making sure that everybody is heard. Even when Nanrissa, when she was on the show and we were talking to her, and they changed her last name to reflect her nationality, which would have been in any other TV show, or even like in Voyager with the Harry Kim thing with the last name, and they didn't care when he told them. Yeah. You know, they're like, oh, you know, you're a Chinese character. He's like, no, I'm not. But, you know, this show cares about that. And it just makes me even happier to be a fan of it. What are some things as a trans individual, Jessie? What are some things that stood out to you that you thought that they really nailed and got right, and it was important for people to see that or be watching this?
I think there was so many things that I think I could really go in on. I mean, one thing that you said too is the anti-trans mother that we see in the episode. She very much, a lot of her rhetoric kind of echoes TERF rhetoric. If anyone doesn't know who that is, trans exclusionary radical feminists, sometimes known as gender critical feminists. And they kind of have that rhetoric of, we need to protect women's spaces from trans people, kind of always viewing trans women as dangerous to cisgender women as predators, especially trans women as predators. And I thought that they nailed her rhetoric really well. And I think that what I really liked about how they depicted her was how they nailed where her feelings came from, out of a desire to protect her daughter. And it's because that's usually how it often is expressed. Like, we need to protect the kids. We need to protect my young daughter. And it comes out as bigotry and transphobia. So I thought that they showed the nuance of that really well. But I also really love that her daughter, we get to see how transphobia and anti-trans bigotry is learned, because her daughter is expressing a lot of the same feelings that her mother is, but it's not at the same level. And she sees her Gina, she sees her as a peer as well, but is learning some of the transphobia from her mom. And so she's not fully where her mom is at, but sort of struggling with seeing her friend as a full human being or not. And so I thought that nuance there was really wonderful. Some other things too is I just really loved the fact that, again, I was talking about the trans supportive parents. I love seeing that aspect of things, about how, because this is the thing that we don't talk about a lot often, but it's something that a lot of parents are facing now, where there's a lot of targeting trans supportive parents who are trying to help their kids. And you see places in Texas and Florida which are trying to label parents as child abusers for helping their trans kid, when all they're trying to do is help their kid live their best life. So showing transportive parents in this way is great, but also mixing that in within is like an actual story that any parent could like relate to, in the sense of like needing to let your kid be themselves and not being able to protect them from everything, but giving them the tools to protect themselves. So I thought it was like a story with that was about trans issues, but also something that was relatable to every parent. I thought that was really beautiful. I'm just sort of hitting the great beats. We can go into detail in a little bit, but sure. Two other things I want to say. I loved also the scene between Gina and Trace Lissette, who is a sort of well-known transgender figure. She's been transparent and she's done a lot of trans activism. And I like that we got to see a scene between two trans characters, because quite often, especially in like mass market mainstream media like this, we don't often get to see trans characters relating to each other. There's usually one trans character, or they're sort of in isolation. Like Mason doesn't, Alexander Park's character, Ian, doesn't get a lot of chances to talk to Gina, but talks about Gina, but we don't get to see them relate. So getting two trans characters a chance to relate to each other and have different points of view, because Trace Lissette's character is of a different generation. And so we get to see different points of view within the trans community, I thought was a really, really cool thing. And then speaking of Ian, I adored, I think Mason knocked this out of the park with their acting, was the scene where they spoke about, trigger warning here for people, but spoke about suicide, because that is a really big thing within the trans community because of all the bigotry that we face. A lot of people face mental health problems because of facing all this stuff, and do sometimes attempt or think about suicide. And so I thought that Mason played that really honestly and really wonderfully. And I thought that was just a fantastic scene, and they really nailed the nuance of that. And I liked the moment that they actually showed the data. And again, it was very PSA-y, but I think it was necessary to be like, this is not just an isolated problem. It's something that a lot of trans people face. So there's much more, but I want to give you two a chance to talk. But those are just some quick things. I'm like, these are really cool nuances that I'm so excited that this episode managed to capture all of these different things and do them really well, and make them feel like complete ideas. So
I really enjoyed the scene with the two trans women and getting to talk to each other. And I saw it as, besides the one character relating to the other, I also saw it as the trans women with more experience and more life lived, and especially in less accepting times, even though this is still a less accepting time in this episode, because it's well, right now is a less accepting time. It's horrible.
Yeah. The 80s was its own particular version of anti-LGBTQ generally, and anti-trans bigotry in terms of the AIDS epidemic and
that was mentioned
Reagan
in it,
administration. So
but I thought she was also speaking to maybe transgender youths that are watching this episode, and saying, if you have loving, supporting parents, that's a lot more than a lot of other kids have, and different things. And, maybe they're saving lives with this episode, where people are going to listen to this and think, yeah, I think I have it. I can get through this. I can find my community. People will eventually see me for who I am, and maybe that'll help them live, keep moving forward and live. And I think that's really important. And that's part of the episode that touched me. And as far as Ian in this episode, Mason Alexander Park, I totally agree with you. Knocked it out of the park. When they were just sitting against the wall, watching and thinking and different things, I was you really needed Ian to have that perspective on the story that was going on back in the past. And I was just perfect, I think. That whole part of the episode. Chris?
The part that really stood out to me that I didn't expect, and it took me on my second viewing to really cotton to it, was like Jessie had alluded to, the phobic mom. And that's the Karen of the story. And you knew that she was going to be there somewhere. And that's what you expected. But I think one of the strongest parts of the episode, number one, they talked about allies and then accomplices. I'd never heard that distinction made. And when Ian told Addison that she was an accomplice as they snuck into the imaging chamber, I was like, laughed out loud. And the other part that really surprised me, because it's not a point of view I'd considered, we're talking about the loving, supporting family that Gia has, right? It's her mom and her dad. But the fact that even they can be somewhat of a detrimental force, because they're placing their views and their fears on her situation and not letting her be herself in many ways, because they're afraid of what she might encounter. And she has this great line where she says, "Your fear is not my responsibility. Let me be a kid." And you had that scene. It was a little too pat, but it's TV and you have 42 minutes where the adults are arguing in the office with the principal. And the two girls are just sitting outside, getting to know one another on their own terms. And that's where the connection is made. And that's where the bigotry falls away. That's where the fear falls away. That's where the preconceptions from, whatever authority is overseeing these kids just goes away. And they forge that family, those people and that support system, because they get to know each other as individuals on their own terms. And I thought that was like probably the best message of the episode, because you can be an ally, you can be an accomplice, but you still bring your own baggage, and you might not know it, but you could be having a detrimental effect just out of ignorance, just out of your own fear. And that to me is, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I felt like, I don't know, how am I going to talk about this episode? I'm not trans. I don't know much about, the history of the trans struggle. But then I thought to that line, I said, well, that's my fear. It's not theirs, but just come and speak honestly, like you always do. And, get through why I had to break through my own fear a little bit. And I feel like that was part of the message of the episode. You want to be an ally. Addison sort of had the same kind of arc in this, where she was talking about her platoon and, the banning the trans from the military movement and all that stuff. So, that to me was the most nuanced and surprising part of the episode. And I really enjoyed it because it spoke to me directly, like, hey, idiot. And I'm hoping that, people in the audience picked up on that as well, because you can be well-meaning, but still not really get it.
And I think that's like really cool that you say that, because something that I always sort of come up against when I do my own, because I do a lot of stuff about trans issues and trans advocacy, is I see a lot of, cis people who, and for listeners, I don't know if your audience knows, but cisgender means, not transgender. Essentially, you align with your gender assigned at birth, unlike trans people who are aligned with a gender that isn't the one assigned at birth. But when I encounter many cis people who are trans supportive, there's often a bit of a fear sometimes of not wanting to say the wrong thing or not get things correct, because they feel if that happens, then they'll get attacked or they'll say the wrong thing or hurt somebody. And generally, you'll find that, most trans people, in fact, pretty much all trans people, we can really tell when someone's trying, when they actually want to care and when they want to be supportive, and will understand, not knowing everything right off the bat, not getting everything. I didn't understand everything right off the bat, and I am trans. So like, it's all a process and learning. And it's about kind of being there as an ally, as an accomplice, and trying to do your best. And I think that's where we are able to have conversations and create like great spaces that allow us all to grow and learn together. And I think that was great that the episode really honed in on that, about like not bringing your own baggage into it, and just sort of like letting the person who is most vulnerable in the space lead the way. Because often there's sometimes people who speak for others, and it's like, no, let the person most vulnerable lead the way, and sort of go with them and be an ally to them, not for them. I think that was really cool. And one other thing too, sort of jumping off of something you also just said, one thing that I haven't mentioned yet, but I also really like to see the schools sort of issues within all of this, because the school that we meet the I forget it was the principal, or if it was it was the principal, I think, of the school. I forget exactly what her
like
role
the
was,
guidance counselor or something. I'm
yeah,
not sure.
the basically the
rep.
authority figure of the school
Yes.
that we meet
Yes.
in
No,
the
I think that was Principal Hardass.
Was it?
Principal Hardass, exactly. In any case, she sort of represents the school structure in the episode, and I think what was great about how she was depicted is that, like, she says like she's supportive of trans people, but she sort of said things like, well, it's not fair to the school that you do this. It's like, not fair to the school. Your job is to care for kids. Your job is to pay attention and enable kids to be their best selves. It's not about protecting the school. It's about serving kids. And you'll often see within a lot of systems, not just schools, but a lot of when people face bigotry, they'll say, well, this system has to go on. We can't hurt this system, this power structure, the school, the medical system, whatever it is. They'll sort of like use that to justify not actually helping people who need help. And so I liked that depiction of the school there, because that is what a lot of people will say. It's like, well, we support you, but we don't want to hurt like the school or anything like that. And it also gets to one other nuance too. And then I'll end on this, that I also really loved, is that it's often, a lot of attention by, transphobic people as we see the sort of mother and the school sort of put there. It's like, we need to protect girls. And when they say that, they mean cisgender girls. They need to protect these kids, let those things be fair for them. But it's like, trans girls also deserve to take part in sports too. They deserve to thrive as well. And we as a society, you know, big S society, don't value trans people thriving. When we speak of kids wanting to protect kids, you're always speaking of not trans kids, not gay kids, not, you know, any form of marginalized identity kids. It's always forgetting them. It's like, no, those kids deserve to thrive and be themselves just as much as any other kid. So, and we need to create a space for that. And I like the episode sort of pointed that out.
Can I ask Jessie a question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, facing the bigotry like was portrayed by the mom in the episode, you expected a role like that in this. Mm-hmm. But do you think that this episode did enough or had enough in it that might change some minds somewhere? Because I feel like bigotry is always so entrenched, and there's sometimes there's just no talking to some people because this is how they see the world. And I feel like these are great moments for us as open-minded, like Albie and me, because we get to learn something. But if you're a closed-minded person, were there moments in this that you think could have sparked maybe a different point of view for someone that's not willing?
I think so too. And I think it kind of goes to exactly what Quantum Leap as a show is like a concept is about, is the way that I found media typically helping people come to understand perspective, get through bigotry. Because I see that a lot when I talk about Star Trek. I see people saying like, oh, this helped me get through my prejudice in this way. And the way that is usually done is when a person who is marginalized is humanized. Because a lot of where bigotry comes from is it's people listening to rhetoric often stoked by politicians and people who are sort of using it to sort of push their own agendas and make money, whatever, what have you. You know, the Matt Walshes of the world, if you were. And they listen to that rhetoric and believe it, but they believe it because they haven't actually met a person from that community. So the only version of that person that they meet is, you know, this like very imaginary, often villainous version of that minority that they meet. You know, they're people are trying to trans your kids or trying to make your kids gay, or even going back to like the 80s, like, oh, gay men are trying to prey on your children, like those sort of bigotries, that sort of very boogeyman minority person. And where fiction, I think, really helps is when it allows you to humanize people who typically haven't gotten to see in your everyday life, or don't think you get to see in your everyday life, like a trans person. Like many people who live in small communities outside of big cities, they may have met a trans person but didn't know it, but they don't know they've met a trans person. They may not have met a trans person at all because the communities are smaller. And so that's where you see a lot of these bigotries form, because they're basing on prejudices and stereotypes and biases. And so what I think this episode really did well, and I think it goes with what Quantum Leap is all about, stepping into someone else's shoes. That's quite literally the whole concept of the series. And I think this episode really did it well by placing us in Ben's shoes as the parent, because I feel like a lot of people who need to learn this stuff are parents, and we'll see how the struggles of a parent and identify with the struggles of a parent, and then they'll allow them to humanize this trans child, and say like, oh, this is what trans kids go through. And even if they aren't a parent of a trans kid, they can relate to that parent struggle, which I talked about earlier, was a very universal one, about like wanting to protect your child, but also letting them be themselves and being like, oh, that's what this kid is going through. That kid's a person. I can see myself through that. So I think this episode will do really well for parents in any space. I definitely think like parents in like cities and more trans affirming areas will definitely relate to it. I think parents really anywhere, if they actually are open to it, will be really affected by it. And I think those are the people that would be really, because a lot, like I was talking about before, a lot of the rhetoric that is used to stoke bigotry comes from like, well, we need to protect the kids, protect my kid from the trans kids. And so if you have a parent who learns, oh, trans kids are people too, they're not scary, they're just trying to exist and thrive too, and I as a parent can help enable that I think will help to change hearts and minds. It's not going to change everyone's. There's some people who are going to be so entrenched in it. You know, they have those like, oh, the SJW agenda in my media is going to get me, that sort of thing. So, you know, there's some people that are going to always feel that way no matter what you do. But I do feel like for the most part, the people who are not living in the culture war stuff, but sort of have heard echoes of it, have heard it reverberated maybe in their spaces, might see this episode and actually be able to open their hearts to what it's saying.
Mm-hmm. As a parent myself, I have a 10-year-old daughter, Serenity. She likes your Star Trek videos, by the way. We watching this episode, I really identified with Ben as a father in that situation, because I was feeling like empathy for just him being in that situation, and I just felt like this is what, if I was in this situation with my daughter, no matter what the issue was, I would want to be what Ben was in this episode, there for my daughter no matter what, you know, supportive. And first, I think one of the lines was like, our main job is taking care of you or loving you or something like that. And I was like, absolutely. So I think that was great in this episode. The Karen character, I don't know her character's name right now, but that you were talking about earlier. I found it strange at the end that she had came around so easily, because I kind of missed that part. Because in the end she was cheering for Gia and the team. So I found that almost unrealistic, but I appreciated, because her daughter was able to change her mind and put aside the bigotry that she was surrounded with and learned, and see Gia for the person she is. Maybe she was able to teach her mom that. So maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, there's probably a missing scene that could have
Maybe.
like linked that. Maybe her kid sort of speaking up to her mom and being like, "Hey, you know, she's my friend. Maybe you should support her." That sort of thing. Like maybe even there was a deleted scene that was written or something. But yeah, it feels like there's a missing.
Could have been. A lot of times I got to cut it down. Another little mini story arc I really appreciated was like the assistant principal or the guidance counselor, whoever it was, the gentleman that was always standing next to the principal, and when he could have spoken up the first time and didn't. And you saw his character kind of trying to figure out, you know, I want to do something. Can I do something? And he doesn't do anything. You know, like we've all, I'm sure in the past, not done something when we should have, and later on regretted that. So then I really appreciated at the end when he was talking to the father of Gia, you know, Ben, about he did stand up for his daughter, and he said he would stand up for her in the future. And I really appreciated that part of the episode. Watching the episode, I was so into it, I wasn't like paying attention to the time, so I thought we had a lot more time to go. And as Gia was playing in the final basketball game, and things were going really good, and everybody was accepting her, and especially the part where the whole team said we're not playing without her, and she's part of the team, that was great. But you know, in television, something bad always happens. There's always a hurdle, you know, towards the end, so they can get over the hurdle. But I guess the hurdle was at the beginning. But I was very fearful watching the episode the whole time that something horrible was going to happen. Like this gave me feelings of, I don't know if you know the episode, the Americanization of Machiko, where this person Sam leaps into brings home a foreign bride, and like the whole town hates Japanese people, right. And there's not just an egging. Which I think there was something along those lines of vandalism in the early episode, but towards the end of the episode, there's like violence and, you know, almost trying to kill someone. So I was worried that was going to happen to Gia. The other thing I was worried about is that, you know, it would have been a very powerful episode if we got to know Gia, love Gia, and everything was going good, but we still lost her in the end or something like that. So I was worried for her the whole time. So when Ben leaped out, I was like, happy ending? Everything's great? All right. Yeah. So I had like tears of joy that, wow. And also another thing that really gave me hope, let's say, for the future is like this next generation. Of course, the younger generation, this episode is our generation now, I'm thinking, because the music, you know, I love the music. But that everybody was able to embrace Gia for who she is. I thought, yeah, this new generation is at getting it, you know, for the most part, the new generation is getting it. So I'm hopeful when I'm an old man that all this silliness that's going on, silliness isn't the right word, the hatred, the abuse, the dehumanization.
It is very silly. It's unfortunately also very violent too, but it is silly in its concept.
It's hard to explain, but you know what I'm saying, right? I'm hoping at some point in my lifetime, this will all be in the past and everybody will be able to accept everybody. So that gave me hope. So I really like that.
I actually spoke when I asked the director about that moment too, about when I interviewed her about the moment where, she gets to look around and sort of redirect her gaze upon like, oh, there's all these people who are hating on me. And Ben says, no, look at all the people here support you. And there's way more people supporting her. And I asked her about that moment, and, she sort of spoke about how, like, not every trans kid is going to have that, going to have more supportive people around them at the time. But I wanted to evoke with that scene the feeling of like, tell a trans kid who may see this episode or something like that, that there are always people ready to accept you no matter where you are. And so you may be in a space like, an area that is not very LGBTQ accepting. You may be in that space and you may not see, you may only see the hatred around you. But if you look, you will find that there are people, whether it be a found family elsewhere or communities elsewhere, that will always accept you no matter what and where you are. And so it was like, there, it's a 42-minute episode. I'm sure she couldn't get into like the nuances of like finding community online and all those sort of things. But it was just sort of a small way to echo, like, there is always going to be some form of hate, at least in the way that things are right now. But there are many more people who are ready to stand with you and support you, even if you don't necessarily directly see them right immediately. So I thought that was it was a sort of cool way, literally, but also a nice symbolic sort of thing too.
So your video with writer, director, and guest star, she did really good as a guest star too. Like, she does everything, I guess, like triple threat, probably more.
Also, if I was the writer and director, I'd be like, of course I'm going to put myself in this thing too. Cast me.
It worked out great. It wasn't.
She was wonderful. She was wonderful.
It was great. We actually got a chance to speak to Shekinah also, so we're going to go to that now, and we'll be back after that.
Hi, this is Matt, Albie, and Chris at the Quantum Leap podcast, and this week we've got a really special guest. We have the fabulous Shakina with us. Shakina wrote, directed, and guest starred in the latest episode of Quantum Leap, Let Them Play. Shakina, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. It's great to be with you.
Thank you. We definitely want to talk. We want to dive in a lot into the specifics behind the episode itself. But can you perhaps give us a little bit of background about yourself and how you got into Hollywood and your previous roles?
Yeah, sure. I'm an actress and a writer and director and activist, and I got to do all of that in this one episode. But it took a long time to figure out how to like build a career, on top of all of that stuff. So when I grew up in Southern California, and really I trained as a director for theater, and I didn't think I would ever be an actor because I didn't think there was ever place for me to be on stage or on screen as a trans person. Even before I transitioned, when I just knew who I was and how I wanted to present myself, I just didn't see any opportunity. So I was gonna just be behind the scenes. And this episode is based off a lot of my experience growing up in South Orange County, California. But then I went to New York and transitioned and found my artistic voice and started performing and booked my first TV role, which was Lola on Difficult People, which was this like iconic trans truther hysterical thing that Dottie is also kind of like in the spirit of. And during the pandemic, I auditioned for this show on NBC called Connecting that was created by Martin Garrow and Brandon Hall. And as your listeners probably all know, Martin is the EP and showrunner of this Quantum Leap reboot. And so Martin and I hit it off on Connecting, making TV from home during the pandemic. And when that show ended, I was like, hey, Martin, I have an idea for a thing. Like, let's talk. And we started developing, something that we hope will be a vehicle for me one day. But in the meantime, Martin was like, you should get in a writer's room and build, your facilities in that arena. And so I asked if he could help me get an interview for Quantum Leap. I wrote a sample. The guys read my sample. I got the interview, the whole thing. You know, there was no like other than my sample getting passed, which is a huge deal, and I'm very grateful for Martin doing it. It was, you know, all the guts and glory of having to like claw your way in to be a staff writer on like the coolest TV show ever. And it's kind of funny because I've like on in some arenas I feel like I've like accomplished a great deal in my separate areas of artistry, and yet I was like a newbie in this one, you know. And then when I got thrown in as a director at the end, that was just like the cherry on top. So yeah, that's the story.
I think it's amazing that you said that you came up as a director, mainly a theater director. For everything that this episode accomplishes, the writing is so dynamic. Had you had much writing experience before getting into that writer's room on Quantum Leap?
Yeah, thankfully, you know, because I'm trans and there's not a lot out there for me to do as an actor, I had to create a lot of my own stuff, you know, my whole life. And so I wrote for the theater. I still write for the theater. I built a career out of doing solo shows. I crowdfunded my transition by performing in cabarets with shows that I wrote about my life story. And then I wrote a play about my time in Thailand, where I went for gender confirmation surgery, called Chonburi International Hotel and Butterfly Club. And that's actually on Audible, and it won a Drama League Award for Best Audio Production in 2021. It's really cool, like great American play about international trans women in Thailand. But I think my like writing voice, you know, was really honed by my love of storytelling, you know, and like watching good shows and reading good plays and just understanding what makes dialogue sing and what makes dialogue like hit you in the heart. And I'm really glad I got to juice so much of that into this like 42 minutes.
Could you talk a little bit about your experience in the writer's room leading up to actually writing this episode? How much of you were you able to inject into what was going on in the first dozen episodes, and how much of what was going on in the writer's room reflected into what you had planned?
I mean, we are all over all of the episodes. You know, what's so great about our room is that it's really collaborative problem solving up to the point that the like final draft is published, because you know, we're giving each other ideas and punching up things. And then when we're just breaking the story, it's like, who knows where, you know, certain things are going to come from. My, you know, favorite contribution to the revised 101 was it was my idea to have the tango. And I was like, oh, there's nothing better than a tango for this sort of moment. Viewers will remember, you know, but like, if you're going to have like this potential bomb threat, and then you're going to be on a dance floor, it needs to be a tango. And so, you know, like I bring my little expertise in little places all over, and especially, you know, when it comes to finding Ian's voice, I think that's really where folks in the room, you know, I think we all know, like, we built a diverse room because we want a diverse show and we have a diverse cast and we want to tell diverse stories. But I think I'm there in a lot of ways to be, you know, a vehicle for Ian's journey and identity. And so that's a lot of where my contributions go.
For this episode in particular, were you able to incorporate a lot of things from your own life and growing up into the characters of this episode?
Yeah, in beautiful and painful ways. The character of Gia is based off my dear friend Gia, who unfortunately didn't make it. And she took her own life when we were both just starting our transitions, and I kind of carry her with me all the time in everything I do. And also inspired by Toni Colleen, aka Lady Justice, who was a queer youth organizer during the time that I was a queer youth organizer in the late 90s. And we were both rabble rousers in South Orange County, like 2 districts apart, and trying to fight for, you know, GSAs in our schools at the dawn of a new era of, you know, queer youth visibility. And likewise, Lady Justice took her own life. And I was like a survivor, you know, and so that's what I came into this episode with, thinking about the story of what if there was someone that Ian knew growing up in the district over who was also trans, and who had a totally different experience, and who maybe there was a crisis left unresolved. And how could we sort of mirror that? I don't want to say survivor's guilt, but survivor's responsibility that I carry from my life, and sort of do some of my own healing and also restore life to my friends, you know? And the one of the most clear examples of like the autobiographical crossover is that in the episode, there's this big banner that says "Hands for Equality" with like a rainbow of handprints, and the crowd at one point who's there to support Gia, you collectively move that banner in front of the haters who have their anti-trans signs. And that sign was actually recreated by the art department. And it was a sign that I made in my high school when I was 17. You know, it's like really, it was so important to me that like, not only do we tell this story, but we tell this story in such a way where people realize this has been going on a while, you know, like the question of trans kids being safe in school is not new. You know, I went through it in the late 90s. This episode takes place in 2012. We're in 2023. You know, we got to get with the program.
Was there anything specifically that you put in the script that made it different from 2023 to actually take place in 2012, like different things that were maybe less advanced? I know it's hasn't hardly moved forward at all with the hate and discrimination, but is there anything that you specifically did to make it a 2012 version of Gia's situation?
Well, you know, what's so interesting is that the bigotry has kind of an unchanging face. You know what I'm saying? So the stuff that I experience is no different than like stuff that the people who came before me experienced and stuff that kids today experience in terms of the, you know, ignorance. And so what I wanted to do was like create a kind of universal story about being a trans kid and being parents to a trans kid. And then I had fun kind of couching it in 2012 for the purposes of our larger story, like finding fun ways to reference things and especially with the soundtrack and make it feel like part of the world. There are aspects of 2012 that I didn't go into, like, for example, Jazz Jennings was really out in the world trying to be on her basketball team. And that created, you know, like some media scandal back in that same year. But I wanted this to be like a community and a family story, you know, and a school story, and not like ripped from the headlines, you know. Also, there were some things actually when I first started writing it where I was using language that was too advanced and I had to pull it back, like, because we weren't talking about non-binary identity and they, them pronouns and stuff. And so, you know, that's got to be like, that's why we kind of focus Mason's dialogue and Ian's monologue on, you know, with a little more non-binary nuance, because we were kind of, you know, telling multiple stories. It's like, how often do you get to tell multiple trans points of view in one episode of television ever, let alone on network TV primetime, let alone Quantum Leap, you know?
It's funny you mentioned the multiple points of view, because that's one thing that struck me about the script. It was so packed with great stuff, but it's not just Gia's point of view. You had the point of view of the bigoted mom, the Karen, I called her, the evil Karen of the story, the school administrator, Gia's parents, the ally / accomplice through Addison. It seemed to me like you were serving a lot of different audiences in this one script. Was that a very conscious choice?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we didn't want to turn anyone away. We don't want anyone to turn off the TV. We want everyone to watch through the end. And that's not just for the ads. That's because we believe the message is inclusive and heart-changing, you know, and I grew up with the original Quantum Leap, and I remember the power of that show to change hearts and minds, you know. And I remember like sitting on the couch with my family at 10 years old, hearing my parents talk about Don't Ask, Don't Tell after that, after the, you know, Running for Honor episode, and being a kid and being like, they're really talking about me, you know? And so I'm hoping that that's what this will do for like a new wave of young trans people and families who were wrestling with it. And also, you know, it's funny, I was at a party not too long ago, and I like gestured over to a friend and I was like, come to the table. And they laughed at me because they were like, that's so Shekinah, come to the table. Because I really am just like, I want us all to talk about it. You know, I want us all to like, just sit down and like get our senses, you know? And I think that's what I tried to do with this episode, was just boil it down to the essentials of, you know, we don't want to lose our children. So we need to figure out a better way to keep our kids safe and let them express themselves. And that's just across the board.
I believe this episode is groundbreaking in many ways, just as an episode of television, but especially for an episode of network television. It's something that I think is going to be like a milestone for television, that when people look back in the history of trans rights, that they'll mark this episode as a key point. And to that note, I want to ask you about the great opportunity you got to write this episode, direct this episode, and guest star in this episode. And I'm sure, like many trans individuals, you had struggles growing up with the world not recognizing you for who you were. And I'm sure probably a lot of bad things happened. Like you said, you lost friends. So going on that journey from that to being in front of the camera, acting in an episode you're directing and you wrote for network television. Can you explain the feeling? Was there like a sense of validation?
It was so exciting. And there was a kind of courage that it took to like face every step of the imposter syndrome, you know, because there were so many first time things for me. And I think the validation didn't come until we finished and I like thought about what I just did, you know, but I'll say that from the beginning, none of it was planned or guaranteed to be the way it was. I mean, even when I got the job in the writer's room as a staff writer, I wasn't guaranteed an episode. I didn't know I'd be writing my own episode first season. I didn't know that NBC, you know, that Brian Steven told me when I first, you know, was in my interview that they were committed to addressing trans topics first season because obviously Mason was a series regular, but I didn't know the extent to which I would be entrusted to contribute. Then getting this episode, just being like, hey, NBC, can we do an episode about trans kids in sports? I promise it'll be like good and we'll do it right. And that whole battle, I mean, I'm not a battle because it was all collaborative and all positive, but it took a lot more work and a lot more attention to detail and pass-throughs of the script with various people in different offices and consultants with GLAAD, and just making sure that we were really doing it, you know, being intentional about what we were saying and the ways we were representing all points of view, as we said. So then it got written, and in the writing of it, you know, I mentioned to Martin that I wanted to like maybe have a guest star moment this season, but I also thought that I didn't want to be in the trans episode. I thought like, no, like I'm gonna write the trans episode, that'll be the trans episode, and then like, let me just do something fun somewhere else that has nothing to do with whatever. But when we discovered what was going to be happening in the HQ storyline with the character of Dottie, who we just called the poet for the longest time, when we were breaking it, I thought, well, that's what I'm supposed to do. Like, let me turn this mysterious character into a Shakespearean clown and be the comic relief for this really emotionally gripping episode and just do what I do and make a fool of myself. And I also was a spoken word artist, like when I was like growing up in the 90s, like it was so true. It's like such an authentic part of me up there in those scenes. And then the directing was literally on day one. Unfortunately, Mornike, our episode director, got pulled, and we didn't know what was going to happen. Chris Grismer, who's our producing director, stepped in to finish the day. And then that night there was like, oh, what are we gonna do? Well, Chris will just whatever until Mornike comes back. And then I texted the executive producers and I said, this whole episode is a put me in coach episode. You know, this is the moment. Like I've accomplished, I've done 30 episodes of TV as an actor, you know, I wrote the episode, I'm the trans one, like put me in, coach, you know? And that morning, Martin called me and was like, so you're gonna direct. And it was Veterans Day. It was the day we were shooting Caitlin's monologue about being a veteran, and not speaking up for trans rights on Veterans Day. And without the authority of the union or the studio or the network, because they were all closed, I went to set and directed.
So,
and that's how it started.
I know we're all thinking this, but
let's take a sip of water real quick.
You need someone with a lot of directing experience to be able to just jump in and do that with no planning and do a good job of it. I'm absolutely bowled over. I think we all assumed this was all part of the plan, and you'd had weeks to prep for it and had it. Okay, shocked face,
multifaceted.
Well, but I will say that Morinike Joella Evans, who is our episode director, my co-director of the episode, I had already let her know about my interest in directing, you know, and was like, can I shadow you? So I was like very aware of her prep process going into it. So I had the advantage of the groundwork that she laid. Also, Anna Mortegi, who is the director photographer for every other episode, like every other literally of this season, was my DP and was such a dream to work with. And truly everybody, I walked in and I was like, I'm going to ask every question and I'm going to lean on everyone here to tell me what I don't know so that I can do the best job. And the thing is that this episode inspired so much heart from everybody, from the dolly guy to the catering crew to, you know, like the execs, like everyone was just heart in on this episode. And so it was like the obvious thing to do was like support this trans woman and let's go. And like, there was one day, my favorite moment of the whole, like when it really all hit me was when we were shooting in the gym and we were shooting the basketball game. And they had these big windows up behind where the crowd is sitting. And we had, you know, blasting lights coming through. And I like couldn't see. It was so bright. And I was like, does anyone have a hat or something, you know? And the crane operators were like, Shekinah, come on. And they gave me, I wish I had it with me to show you. They gave me like a trucker cap with like the crane company logo on it. And I just started crying because to me, that is like, you know, like I was like, the respect that, you know, establishes, and the teamwork and the camaraderie, and also just the dream of getting to like shoot something with a crane, like that's Hollywood, you know what I mean? So that was the moment for me when they gave me that hat. I was like
I think you also were very fortunate in the fact that you had found, and not you, but the show had found and casted Josielyn as Gia, because she was an amazing actress, and like so much of the episode revolved around her. It was all on her shoulders, and I think she did such a great job. Was she able to bring any of nuance to it from her experience, from her background? Was there any collaboration there while you were on set?
Yeah. I mean, literally from her callback, I was talking with her at her callback, and I was like, you know, like, was there any aspect of Gia's story that you connected with? And she was like, this was literally my life. I came out in high school. I transitioned in high school. My cousins made jokes like these guys make jokes. Like, this is like literally what I went through. And we, you know, something really special that happened on this set, which I think is just a very rare and magical thing, is that we had multiple trans women. I mean, you had me and Trace Lissette and Josielyn, and then these kids. And like when we were establishing the tone of a scene, and it was like the three of us talking about how it should go down, no one else in the world could understand the specificity of that, the nuance of that, you know? There's almost an unspoken way in which the guard is lowered and the communication becomes like much more unchecked. The scene with Trace and Josielyn, this is a scene that in the driveway is one of my favorite scenes in the episode. We shot on day one. It was Josielyn's first scene. It's probably the most intense scene she shoots. And it was the first day. Morinike was directing, and I was there with them as the writer, like on set producing with them. And just watching them have that conversation about what it was like for Trace to drop out and join the ballroom houses, which is Trace's story. It's like, it was a real life moment that hardly ever gets to happen because we don't often have a sense of trans history or intergenerational mentorship. And it's certainly something we don't see on TV, let alone network TV, so it just was like mind blowing to experience. And Josielyn is incredible. And I'm so great that the world is going to get to meet her through this.
While you were proposing this show, because you had mentioned, this being sort of much, much more than they'll ever usually approach on a network TV show, were there any special hurdles that you guys faced? Any sort of pushback that you had to navigate around to tell the story the way you wanted to tell it?
Yeah, I'll share with, your audience, your listeners that I had two intentions going into the episode, which was to challenge the tropes of isolation and trauma with joy and community. And that's what I wanted to do, because anytime you get a trans story, it's one person and they're like lonely and sad and going through terrible times. So obviously we need drama. We're a drama show. It's 10 p.m. We got to have like reason to tune back in after the commercial break. But I didn't want to rely on those tropes. After I broke and pitched the story the first time through, I got a note that was like, there's not enough happening to Gia's character to warrant her running away. We need to like amp it up. And I was like, what do you mean there's not enough happening to her? Like literally every page is heartbreaking for me. And it was so vulnerable for me as the writer and the person who like lived this, because I'm like, don't you see how violent this is? Don't you see how painful and traumatic? And so, kind of against my better judgment and advisement, I created a treatment that was harsher. And everyone read it and it was like, God, no, that's terrible. No one wants to see that. No one wants that. And like, I was like, thank you. Like, this is not where, and sometimes you have to go down those roads to find where you're going, but the difference is, I'll say that, it's one thing if you're like, oh, we need to solve a problem in our plot. So should it be A or B? Let's write it and figure it out and go the other way. It's another thing if you're like, can you trudge up all your trauma and then make it worse and more painful? Never mind, we don't need you to do that. And I was like, oh, like it was a lot. It was very exhausting. But it was also so incredible to be like in the principal's office, like rewriting the scene. Like I didn't play sports, but I got kicked out of schools. And so I like to be in that principal scene and working with Josielyn and Lucy about like just rewriting my own history through the story that I was telling with these girls. And then in a real high school, like it was just so meta. And then I was like, this is literally, I'm quantum leaping as I'm creating Quantum Leap, because I'm rewriting my own history and changing my present. Like, what is going on?
And were you also conscious throughout that there's kids today going through that exact situation, and hopefully by seeing this happen on screen, you're then changing their future?
Yeah, well, I'm pleased to say that on Friday, I'm going back to Verdugo Hills High School where we shot with all the girls from the basketball team. And we're doing a screening for the kids because we were like, we were in your home for a week making this thing. Do you want to see what we made? So we're going to go show them the episode and do a Q&A with a bunch of different student groups, the AAPI student group and the Latinx student group and the LGBT student group and the anti-bullying group and the basketball teams. Like, we're just having a big assembly and showing them the episode and having a conversation about it. I think it's going to be really, really powerful.
That's amazing. I have a few nerdy, technical, and time travel questions since we have the writer here of the episode. One little technical one. When I was watching the basketball scenes, it really evoked memories of the leap home. Was that in the same gymnasium, or was it lit or designed to look similar?
No,
or was I just feeling it?
It's just one of those. It's one of those like tonal synchronicities that's like so beautiful and harmonious, but kind of accidental. You know, I had up till a certain point, I was pitching the episode as soccer, and then for many production-oriented reasons, we switched to basketball. But then basketball became so much more relevant because of that connection.
Oh, cool. My time travel questions. The first one is when we get one of those first scenes between Addison and Ian remembers that Gia had won the game. That is a different timeline, I'm assuming, than when Addison entered the imaging chamber. And so was that put in there on purpose by the writer's room to kind of educate the audience on that's kind of what happens? But that Addison is actually jumping around to different, let's say, alternate realities. I don't know how you want to say it.
You know, we have not broached multiverse in our show yet, as you see. I'm not going to talk about what we talk about in the writer's room. We have a lot of conversations around multiverse in the writer's room. But in terms of our show philosophy around time travel, that we don't yet go into that sort of language. But I think what we introduced with this I've been bested by my own technology thing is that we have the ability to change the present through the things we do in the past. And we haven't yet explored that in this season until this very moment. So I think what was really fun in this episode is that we got to kind of crack open a little bit of how our science works. And then you're going to get to see us explore that now that you know it's a convention that we'll have to grapple with.
So the fact that you can change the past and that the project team is aware of those changes, is that something that's going to, I know you're sort of alluding to this, I'm just trying to really pin you down on this, is that something that's going to pay off in these final half dozen episodes?
Yeah, well, I think that my episode teases a lot. Good. You know, and that's what I'm also so happy that in addition to being like a groundbreaking, like world-changing trans rights episode, it also just F's with Quantum Leap in a big way, which I'm just like, that's part I'm excited about.
Yeah, all the lore stuff in this one I thought was fantastic. And Ian's lines had me laughing out loud. And I just, this is the first time that I've been able to speak to one of the writers for the new series. I mean, we spoke to Dean and, you know, I guess he's got his hand in everything though. I would like to know what the process is at the beginning of the season when you're breaking the entire season. Do you like have different topics that you know that you want to cover? Does everybody pitch a certain kind of leap? And then how do you work the mythology stuff into it all? Is that a separate track? Like how do you figure it all out?
Yeah, that's so cool. I just took for granted that you had all the writers. Well, now I feel special. So at the beginning of the season, you know, first of all, I'll say that Martin and Dean have a few things worked out on their own. You know, they're the showrunners. They have a kind of master plan. So they know there's like some benchmark things that they want to see happen in the lives of these characters. And then it's funny because nothing happens at once. It's all these like incremental idea building, because you have to think about, in my point of view, the writer's room is like going into like the static and trying to find the EVPs of your character if you're like a ghost hunter. It's like you have to let all the bad ideas out and then download the good ones from the ether, you know? And slowly the season starts to make sense, and then the episodes start to make sense. The great thing about Quantum Leap is that we have self-contained badass stories week to week. And then we have our, you know, season arc with our headquarter characters and stuff. So, so there's a little bit of shifting gears, you know, week to week or even day to day. Like in the morning, we'll talk about mythology and we'll figure out like, all right, if we want to introduce this supervillain, what is the twist and turn that we need in like episode 5 or 7 to get 9 to be really cool, you know? And we start plotting those things. Other times we're like, okay, who wants to do what leap? What movie are we remaking in 42 minutes? You know, like what's everyone's favorite genre? What do you want to attack? You know, and then we just start like, you know, pitching on these, you know, every writer in the room has 10 episodes they're ready to write at any moment. So it's just about finding out which ones make the right current and welcome as broad scope of an audience in, and, you know, all that stuff.
We have to talk about the holy shit moment of this episode towards the end. When your character of Dottie pulls out that pad, and we're all, you know, racing through our heads, who could this be? Who could this be? And we're assuming probably Ben, but who could it be? Sam, who knows? And it's Ian. Holy crap. Can you talk about where that idea came from? How long ago did you have it? Was it always in this episode? I just want to know everything. You can tell us.
It wasn't originally in this episode. It was always going to be in 12, but originally Let Them Play was going to be 11. And for any number of reasons, we had to swap them, which I'm so glad we did, because it's such an awesome way to see Ian go into the imaging chamber and then to learn seconds later that they've become a leaper, you know? And it's like, how did that happen? But we definitely had seeded for months that we needed to reveal that a future Ian had leapt into someone in our present. And that was something we knew that we were trying to figure out when we were going to reveal. And then, like I was saying earlier, this character that we had we just called the Poet. And as we got into it, I just kept pitching that the Poet was so absurd and dumb and like, just, you know, thought like just really a ridiculous kind of clown fool, like archetypally. And which is not something we do a lot on our show. You know, our show is very, very funny, but it's mostly kind of snide and snarky and quick and quippy. And to have a kind of just straight up comic relief character, you know, it took a little encouraging. Like, you know, I like I said, nothing was guaranteed. We had to pitch it up to the network. Like, I didn't have to audition for it or anything, but we had to get approval all the way up. Like, can Shekinah play this part? Can we do it this way? You know, even to the point of like, you know, my decision to transform my appearance throughout and kind of deconstruct what we think of, you know, a trans person needs to look like. So yeah, it all came together, again, synchronistically.
Did you dig out all your old poetry books from when you were doing performative poetry and find the worst ones you could?
Which overlaps with what I was about to ask. Is there a full version of that Febreze poem kicking around?
So no, the Febreze poem. So basically, I improvised the first line of every shot. Like they just would tell action, and I would just start. And so the Febreze line was such a winner that I was like, "Can you just add it back?" But that's from a different take. But it was such a good line that I was like, "It's so good." No, I don't need to look far to all my earnest high school poetry lives in my heart rent free. So I had it right there, you know, and yeah, it was so much fun to do. But what I love about it too is that if you listen to it, I'm really trying to say something meaningful, you know. I'm just being a dumbass while I'm doing it, but it's like, you know, I am the other and the other is me, you know, I am another and the other is we. Like it's really the message of what Quantum Leap is like trying to teach people, and what I think can save trans kids. So literally it's all woven together, you know.
And just for the record, I was really referring to the Febreze part of it and the toast. I think you said something about smelling toast, but no, the other is me, and the other to me that was just
loneliness, but I called it toast. Yeah.
Yes. But the other part, the other is we, is the other is me. I thought that was pure Quantum Leap. I mean, that it dovetailed so well with the themes of the episode, but with the themes of the series overall, you know? And that's another thing this episode did amazingly,
right?
Is bringing together some of the the more complex themes of Quantum Leap with the journey that Ben's on. And I liked how you had Ben try to tell his story by proxy, and how Gia just shut him down. Yeah. Because I'm sure it's all very nice, but how is this relevant? You know, and it's another learning moment for the trans parents in this. They had a journey as well. And the fact that even though they're supportive, there could be a detrimental effect on her life without even realizing it. I thought that was an amazing turn in the episode.
Well, I just wanted it to like overflow with compassion. You know, that's what I wanted. And first of all, which I think is a quality of Quantum Leap, but and I wanted to create a quintessential Quantum Leap episode. You know, I don't know how many episodes of the show I'm gonna get to write. What a gift! We didn't know if we were gonna get renewed. Like, I wanted to write the episode that felt like the Quantum Leap I knew and remembered and loved. You know, and then I didn't want there. I didn't want there to be a shameful villain. Even Margie, you know, the Karen character, like she has a turn because I think ultimately parents are just trying to protect their kids, you know, because it's a scary world out there and it's a scary time to be a parent and it's a scary time to go to school, you know? And so I guess I was just trying to like filter out some of the noise and get to the place where these characters are feeling, because that's how we really affect each other and how we communicate, you know, and how we change things is like by changing the way someone feels about something. And so, yeah, getting to see all the characters in Gia's life, learn from her how to show up in a way that's more affirming and supportive is you know, hopefully gives a kind of prismatic access to that same topic for our audiences.
With this episode, I think you've made a fan for life right here. You mentioned you wanted to make it the Quantum Leap you remember, and I really felt this was the most Quantum Leap episode of the new series. It really hit it out of the park. It's going to be one of those episodes that people think about when they think about Quantum Leap, you know, looking back in the future. So I would just want to thank you for making this beautiful piece of art.
Thanks, Albie. I really appreciate that. And I really am honored to be a link in the chain, you know, because I just think it's when you believe in storytelling that can change the world, your greatest wish is that your story goes out there and makes someone else tell their story and onward and onward. And the fact that I'm here alive, writing and directing and producing and guest starring in Quantum Leap, when you know the show gave me a little bit of courage, you know, when I was a child, it's like that's magic, and I'm just so happy that I'm part of it.
I want to ask so many questions about because you're talking now about the legacy of the show and the magic of the show. And,
yeah,
you know, we've seen some connective tissue between this build of Project Quantum Leap and, you know, name dropping at least of Sam and Al and Magic's experience. Is there any plan to bring the two series closer together? Because aside from just some mentions, there's not a lot that's the same. Even the build is different. The technology seems to be different. Ben is leaping outside of his own lifetime. Ian apparently can just walk into the imaging chamber and see everything. You know, it in many ways it's worlds apart from the original. And I want to know if there is even any discussion in the writer's room. How conscious is that decision? And are you cognizant of the separations and the similarities?
Yeah, I think we're really conscious of it in a couple different ways. We talk about, even in story, we'll talk about, okay, well, the old Quantum Leap would have done this. So what do we do? You know, and it's not that it's a bad thing, but it's like, you know, all right, we understand the trope, the tried and true, but we're trying to, you know, find new twists and new turns. And so we're always kind of looking for examples in the original source material. Every time we're breaking a story, we're like, well, okay, well, they did that in like, you know, season 3, but it was like this. And, you know, so we're always sort of reflecting back on what the history is. And in terms of the like empathy, compassion, you know, humanity of the show, that is why everyone's in the room. I mean, that's why everyone took the job, and that's why we show up every day and why we spend countless hours trying to like hone these stories, because even the ones that feel like they might just be like action adventure-y, you know, not so like heart and soul, we're trying to like grapple with an aspect of humanity, and we hope that that translates to our audience. So that is essential. And then in terms of the like mythology and the tech and the science and the characters of the original, it's a dance. And a lot of those decisions are way above my pay grade. But I will say that as we've started to break season 2, there are some really cool threads that we're weaving that, as you said, pull the old season and the new season closer together, and the new series closer together. And I think as you see the groundwork laid for that, I hope that you'll, feel like rewarded by the Easter eggs and enheartened by the way that we embrace the legacy of the show.
Hey, I'm easy. I'm just happy when I hear a Hanna-Barbera sound effect coming out of the hand link. So it's very easy to get me.
And can you tease the audience a little bit with the rest of this Ian being on that pad and what could possibly happen without spoiling anything, but just give us a little, maybe a crumb so we can just sit back and speculate.
I'll tell you my vision. I'll tell you my 5-season vision is that Ian is like an ascended master on a mountaintop wizard without needing Ziggy or an imaging chamber or an accelerator, and simply leaping through their expanded consciousness and their, co-harmonious relationship with AI. But that's me, and that's season 5. So we'll see what happens.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. We'll follow that.
Sounds exactly on par for season 5 of Quantum Leap is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So we've discussed so many different aspects of the writing process in this episode in general. Are there any other aspects of this production or the show that we haven't touched upon that you'd like to tell us about?
Yeah, and I just think, I'd like to leave your listeners with, this kind of reality check. As much as we're talking about a really great, fantastic work of science fiction, that just in the last couple of weeks that we've been prepping to release the episode, 4 different states have passed laws prohibiting trans kids from playing sports at school. So it's so real, the issue that we're talking about. It's so present, and it's so painful and unnecessary. And I just hope that, people who might not have been exposed to this issue before and who are fans of Quantum Leap and who found the heart of this story moving might think about how they can act locally to make sure that the trans kids in their neighborhoods, like Addison says, like, you can only be in charge of the people who are under your command. You can't change everything, but you can help where you can. So, how can you make sure that the trans kids in your community are safe? How can you make sure that the parents of trans kids in your community have the support they need to be good parents? That's everybody's, job to ask that question.
Very well said. And I think you've also created an era of TV that is going to validate and help a lot of trans kids feel seen, which in itself is just marvelously important and amazing thing to have done.
Thank you. Yeah, hope so.
So Shekinah, once again, thank you so much for giving us so much of your time and sharing so much of your personal story.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
And we're back. Wow. How cool is Shekinah? I mean, have her do an episode a season, I'm saying, it's cool that she's a guest star so she can be in more episodes too, hopefully. And that whole big,
she was great. And she was great when I got to speak to her too. Sorry, I cut you off.
No problem.
No, she was great when I got to speak to her. She was super nice. So
yeah. So your video should be out tomorrow as this video drops, right? All right.
Yeah. If this is coming out the Monday the episode airs, my video will be up Tuesday on my secondary channel, because I have a secondary channel.
What's that channel called?
Jesse Ginger After Dark.
After Dark.
We have fun. No, it's where I do my reviews and interview. Like, all my reviews and interview stuff goes over there. Sorry, I didn't mean to hawk my wares in the middle of our discussion.
No, it's important, because I'm sure people are going to want to check that out too.
But no, it was fun. It was a really fun conversation. She was really great. So,
what did you think of her character in this episode? For me, I thought it was pretty cool to see her, and just totally stunned by the fact that we're seeing a person that was leapt into after, and she's sharing that with Magic, and Magic recognized that in her, and they got to talk about it. And I'm just blown away by that whole storyline, and we'll talk about more about who was leapt into her. But I mean, just her character first. Let's talk about Shekinah's character first, the poet.
Yeah, I love the fact that they were making fun of slam poetry. Absolutely adored that. It was hilarious. But I have to say, I was genuinely surprised when, you know what, I guess I wasn't surprised. The second that she said May 13th, what do you mean? That's and then she clams up. I said she was leapt into because she's missing time. And it turned out that she was missing time. But I like the way they revealed it in the context of the slam poetry. I mean, that is the oddest creative choice I think I've ever seen. It's like, what is this about? Why are we doing this? And
yeah, I was wondering what that scene was about while we were watching. Like, oh, you know? As someone who has done college attempts at slam poetry, it's fun. The slam poetry can be done well, but it is very difficult to not make it sound very pretentious. There are some times I have seen it done well, but it's very difficult.
I found it like a fun relief during the episode because I was so emotionally invested in the story and like hurting for and hoping for Gia. And the things going on that were horrible in the episode, you know, it really affected me. And then the slam poetry part, it was just a chance to giggle and reset a little bit. So I really enjoyed that. You think we'll see more of her in the future?
You know, that's a good question. Since now she's involved in the overarching story that is the mystery of why did Ben leap to begin with, she seems to be the new focal point. So I can't imagine that she won't come back sometime before episode 18 because all of this is going to fit together like a giant puzzle eventually. And we're only getting bits and pieces of it now. So when they reveal the full picture, I'm sure they're going to circle back around to a lot of different points within the season from different points of view. Anyway, that's the way I would do it.
I mean, I'm sure, considering that, you know, she was leaped into, my assumption would be that more than likely she was leaped into by Ian in the future. So my guess would be maybe we'll see her come back when and/if we see Ian go into the quantum leap accelerator and start leaping. And so maybe we'll see them jump into her and we'll have to sort of like see things from Ian's perspective in her body, which will be an interesting thing. Yeah.
And I think that it is going to be Ian in the future because they had longer hair in her sketches. And the reveal that it was Ian, I mean, jaw-dropping. I know a lot of people were really surprised, especially Matt, our co-host Matt over on the main Quantum Leap podcast, the audio version. He was completely gobsmacked by Leaper X, like that reveal. But when I saw those sketches of Ian, I was just like, huh? Like literally, huh? So that to me was like for the lore and the geeky part, like the highlight of the season for me so far.
Yeah, I've been rewatching the old like Evil Leaper episodes, which are fun. They can get kind of problematic at certain points, but otherwise they're overall pretty fun. And just like the idea of like different leapers like leaping around and messing with each other is just a cool concept. I think that's just really, really fun.
I was shocked when I saw Ian in the sketches because I just thought it was going to be sketches of Ben or maybe Sam or, you know, something, you know, and it might have been in earlier ideas, Sam, but probably not since our conversation with Dean.
I'm still holding out hope Scott Bakula changes his mind. You know, I was just like, maybe he's lying and he's actually going to appear.
After he sees this episode, I think he's more likely to sign on. I don't know. Just a thought. But I was shocked, and I was shocked that Ian was in the imaging chamber with Addison. I was like, wow, this is so cool. I never expected this, and I thought it was really cool, and I was like happy that they got to experience the basketball game from that perspective instead of just watching on the small screen like they were earlier in the episode. And I was happy. And then when I saw the sketches, I was like, oh no, is this like a little clue that the big bad of the season is going to end up being Ian? What do you think about that? I don't know, because I know they were leading at the first part of this season. They were leaning towards another character being the big bad. That turns out to be the one that Ben couldn't trust. But now maybe since they said they were going to transition that to someone else, what are your thoughts of Ian being the person that Ben can't trust? Because that would be heartbreaking to me, because Ian's my favorite character on the show, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to go there because, I mean, what is I think one of the most complained about TV tropes when it comes to the queer community is that the queer person turns out to be the villain somehow. And this show is way too self-aware to, I think, fall back on something like that.
I'm very hopeful.
I agree
right.
with you. That was going to be my thing, is like, especially trans characters and non-binary characters having like, you can't actually trust them. That's a very problematic trope in the trans and queer community. There's only one show in recent memory that I think has done that turn well, and it was Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Without spoiling, there is a fun villain turn for a queer character on that show that I thought was done well, because, and the reason Star Trek was able to do that was because they also have so many other non-binary and trans and queer characters throughout the franchise right now. It's like, having one be a villainous character, I think, is okay. If it was like the only queer character we got to see, then I'd have an issue. And so, not that there's not been many queer characters within this season of Quantum Leap, and I appreciate that very much, but I think to have the one prominent one do that, I think would be kind of disappointing. More my take is, I think, and we've already seen this with Al's daughter. I sadly forget her name off the top of my head. I just remember as Al's daughter,
Janice. Janice, played by Georgina Riley.
And she's great. I don't want to do a disservice to a character. I just always think Al's daughter is how I remember her. But we've already seen with her that like she's seeming untrustworthy, but she seems to have Ben's best interest in mind. And so my guess might be that that's what Ian in the future, if this is indeed Ian from the future, my guess is that's going to be the case, that this is them doing something to help out and had to step into the Quantum Leap Accelerator for some reason that we don't know yet, but is ultimately trying to help the situation, not hurt the situation.
Can I say what I'm hoping to see?
Yeah, please.
I think that Ian might not be the only one in the project that's going to be leaping around to different points in time. I think that maybe a couple more will get their chance in the accelerator. I don't know. I mean, that would be a little bit gonzo, but if you have a plan that has to go through different timelines and different points in history, maybe you need more than one leaper working towards that end. And Ben is just the first.
I like that.
Anyway,
That's really cool.
Albie, I know I cut you off.
No, that's super complicated. But my fear with that is just because, knowing how network TV, like Quantum Leap is a show that they're like, when you write for TV like Quantum Leap, they're like writing the show as the season's going on, as opposed to the other TV shows that have serialized stories where they like write the whole season before they start filming generally. And that's how it should be done for those types of things. Here, where it's week to week, it's just like, oh man, I have a panic attack thinking like I'm in the writers room being like, all right, let's have multiple people leaping and plan that all out and make reference to it. And then we have to all fit it together by the end of the season and hope it all works while we're building, like laying down the track in front of you as you go while doing a time travel story. I hope, like, I'm excited, but I'm also just sort of like, oh boy, the writers definitely have complicated stuff to deal with if they're doing this complicated time travel story.
And I want complicated things anyway that are very unrealistic. At the end of Leap Die Repeat, I was hoping to see 5 Bens in different outfits in one elevator, all working together to like solve it.
That would have been awesome.
Matt pointed out to me how impossible that would have been story-wise. So yeah, I get it. I want a lot of like esoteric stuff that I'm probably not going to see, but it's all up here. It's all up here.
No, but see, I'm not against that. I'm not against that at all. Because like my take is I always love the messy, crazy, complicated thing over the like plain and simple, easy thing. Like give me a messy, complicated thing that may not always like be pitch perfect work, but like is a lot more interesting than like, oh yeah, paint by the numbers, we colored in between all the lines story. So
I wanted cumulative bends also. I thought that would have been great, and it would take all 5 bends to save the day. But I hope I like this idea you have, Chris, about multiple people leaping, because I hope Jen gets to leap, because I know I just want Nan Rissa's father to be proud of her for leaping, because that was her father's first question to her was, do you get to leap? So I'm hoping that Jen does at some point get to leap. But yeah, I'm totally stunned. I'm confused, but I'm intrigued, because at this point I trust the writers' room. I trust the writers, and Dean has communicated to us that they do have a whole plan for the whole season before they started filming.
Did they? I didn't know that. Okay,
before
that
they
makes me
started
very
filming the
excited.
repilot.
Yeah, I feel like the way the modern writers' room works is that they'll break a season, the whole season, before they begin, and they might be writing week to week, but the overall, like the overall arc is plotted out. So they'll pepper it into each script. I guess they'll assign, okay, we're going to put this part in this script, this part in this script, or however that all that comes together. But I think that they always know sort of where they're going bigger picture wise, even though they're doing the individual leaps, 3 weeks out, or 6 weeks out.
I just know the reason I feel that way, just because like I've had without naming any shows or names, because I don't want to get anyone in trouble or anything, but I have had friends that have worked on TV shows that are like, oh, they had a thought for the season, and then like halfway through they like changed it up, and like, crap, now what do we do? And then they have to like rejigger the whole thing, and it doesn't exactly match up with previous seasons or previous episodes, and you're like, crap. So it's just one of those things that I always think about from the writer's perspective, and I always, like I said, always prefer the ambitious take rather than the safe one. It's just one of those, like, I guess more what I was trying to articulate is just for a time travel show, it's gotta be a lot of fun, but also very hectic in the writer's room, trying to plot out everything and make sure they get all the beats and like nail everything. Because time travel story is much different than a story that you're sort of telling week to week, because you kind of have to like know when you're going to pepper in the time travel moment in your earlier parts of the season. So.
This episode made me feel a little old, because they're leaping back in time. It's supposed to be a period piece. It's only 11 years at this point, but the music to me is still contemporary music, like that I listen to, that's on my playlist or playing on the radio in my car. So it made me feel old. So like, it's not like they're playing 50s music like in the original one, but I guess to the people my age in the early 90s, late 80s, it was like their music also, probably. So what do you think of the music? I mean, they played Katy Perry and a couple other things that were really fun. They're spending money on
you're
music.
asking the wrong person about that, because my music list is like, oh, that sounds like an interesting. I have a few bands that I like, but other than that, I am the worst person when it comes to knowing music.
Yeah, and my general knowledge of music ends somewhere in the mid to late 80s, and then after that, it's all just a kind of a blur, unless it's Green Day.
I don't know that. I like Daft Punk, the Decemberists, the Shins, and that's about the only bands that I follow fairly right. Churches, those are the only bands that I follow regularly. And then I'm like, I got nothing. So like other people tell me like, oh, the history of this whole band. I'm like, cool. I
gotta be honest with you. I just heard my first Daft Punk song for the first time about 2 months ago. They are the shit. Holy crap, was that a good song?
Yeah, they're great. I love them. They're a fantastic band, one of my favorites. But yeah, no, speaking of time period though, I can't speak on music, but what was funny to me is there's a couple moments where like they do like pop culture bits. So like I think there's a moment where the characters go over and talk about Twilight for a little bit, for like a hot minute. That was very like this is 2012 moment. And I actually was thinking is that because I graduated high school in 2010. That was when I graduated. And I remember Twilight being talked about in 2008, 2009. I'm like, was it still cool? I was like trying to remember. It's like, was Twilight still cool in 2012? Would high school students have still been talking about it then? I couldn't gauge really.
The bigger question is, was Twilight ever cool?
I mean, it was definitely a topic of conversation.
I still haven't watched yet. I bought the Blu-rays, but I haven't watched them yet. I want to.
But they were books beforehand, right? So,
yeah, they were books, and then
they could have been talking about the books or the movie, right? Because the movie always comes after the books. And they were also talking about the Hunger Games.
Yeah,
so,
I
don't know how that dates it, but
Hunger Games. Okay, sorry. I will stand by that. I will stand by the first two Hunger Games books and movies. The last two movies and the third book. Woof. One other thing that I wanted to actually mention, because I just was thinking about it while we were talking about it, was the opening of the episode with the locker room. it is also just worth mentioning that, you see Gia having to change in the closet, which is sadly like an indignity that a lot of like trans kids in high school and anywhere, but in high school have to deal with, of like, oh, they're not allowed to change in either the boys or the girls locker rooms. They have to sort of like go in accommodation there's no accommodation for them. And so after changing in the locker room, it's something that like I had to kind of deal with. And it wasn't anything for me. It wasn't like institutionally opposed, but when I was first transitioning and I would like go to the gym to work out, I would often like go into like, they had like a like closet area that I would change into instead of going to the women's bathroom, because I didn't want anything to happen, because I didn't want anyone to see me changing and then have a problem. So it was one of those, like that one, what no one told me to do that, but it's this common experience for trans people, and even worse when it's institutional, which presumably they don't say it for sure, but I think actually, no, they do reference that it is part of the school policy. So I just figured it was something worth mentioning, because it's something that I personally have experience with in a slightly different way. So
that's an interesting observation, because the way I took it was also maybe metaphorical. They're forcing her to be closeted. So
no, it's metaphorical and literal. Like there are school policies. Like there was actually a story. I think it was a year or two ago, where there was a fake bomb threat. Like it was one of those like bomb threat tests that schools do. Like when there was they like have all the kids go and wait out. And there was a trans girl. I think they said it was an active shooter drill. That's what it was. It was an active shooter drill. And they had, okay, kids have to hide in the girls' locker room or the boys' locker room. And they made the trans girl stand outside during the active shooter drill from both, because they didn't want her to go in either. So in an actual active shooter situation, this kid wouldn't know where to go and wouldn't feel safe in either place. So it's sadly it is a good metaphor of like forcing her into the closet, but it is sadly an actual real reality as well, in much darker ways too. So yeah,
it is absolutely horrible. They'd rather
it is absolutely disgusting. Yeah,
than be safe.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oof. So, sorry, I didn't mean to get very dark there, but yeah, no, it's
important. That
it's a very real thing,
things.
so I want to make sure it's mentioned. So yeah.
How can people be so cruel? I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to touch upon.
Going back to the. I'll try to get back on track.
I'm sorry. Apologies on that front.
It's okay. The janitor closet thing. I think if you ever watch Glee, they had the character Unique had go through a story arc with the bathroom thing also, and I think they ended up getting their own bathroom or something. That was the solution then. I don't know. I was always a fan of like Ally McBeal, and they just had a bathroom. What's it matter who you are or whatever? You gotta go to the bathroom.
I agree. It's just like having a bathroom, but yeah, I think if you're gonna have gendered bathroom, it's like let the kid be in the one that they fit.
Absolutely,
within.
Absolutely, 100%. But that was a good thing that they talked about this, and then her finally getting to go into the locker room with everybody, and that was just great. That was just great, and.
And ushering Gia into the locker room was Anita Kalathara, who played one of her besties on the team. She was terrific. I think that all of the girls that were sort of the supporting cast did a good job of just being believable kids. I think that a lot of times, especially when you have young actors on a show, that can sort of be it can be a weak spot, because maybe they're not the best actors, or maybe, but all of these scenes between all of the young kids really gelled for me. And I think that Anita was a big part of that. I think I don't, I can't pretend to recall all of their names. I just saw the episode 15 minutes ago, but it was usually some things like that can be maybe either too saccharine or too melodramatic or just too teen angsty. But I didn't get any of that. Like their locker room scene that they opened with, first of all, it reminded me of Carrie. I'm like, what are we watching, Carrie here? It's like we could open up in a locker room. But it didn't come across as high school drama. It just came across as good drama.
Yeah.
So is there a distinction? I think there's a distinction there.
I mean, so not all high school drama is good drama. Not all good drama is high school drama, but they can overlap.
I never was pulled out of this episode at all. The acting was so good that I didn't see acting. I saw the characters, and I think everybody did really well. I'm sure it's their acting skills, the people they picked to do this, because I know they were on the search for the actress to play Gia for quite a while. They were running ads actually that we ended up seeing. So I'm glad they got Josielyn. I think that's how you pronounce her name. And I think she did great in the episode. I really empathized with her wholeheartedly, and I'm so fortunate to be born in this world that just, nobody has a problem with me being me, but I empathized, and I was like, I couldn't imagine having to just trying to live your life, and all these people are hating you for just being you. And I think she really pulled it off really good, because I really felt what she was feeling, I think, as best I could.
Speaking of her too, it is worth mentioning, and this is not the aspect of the episode I am the best person to analyze the topic on, but it's also worth mentioning that she's a trans woman of color. So, and again, from as a white person, I'm not going to be able to be the best to dissect this, but from my perspective, it seemed like that was well handled. It showed like her culture and her heritage and her family really well from that aspect. But again, that's from my point of view. Somebody actually asked the director about, and she also too said, it's not from my experience, but I talked to a lot of my fellow writers in the writers' room who have the same background, and tried to make sure to keep it as authentic as possible from that angle of things. So, in trans women of color are even more at risk than trans people generally, at facing more violence and stigma, just from the society and culture at large. So it's worth mentioning that aspect of it, even though I'm probably not the best person to analyze how authentic it is in the episode, but worth saying. So,
yeah.
And it's funny because I felt like the episode just presented all different types of ethnicities, and it was basically melting pot high school. But it didn't strike me as something that needed to be highlighted. It was just the reality of the situation. And I feel like that was one of the better parts of the episode as well. I mean, yes, this was an issues episode. Yes, there were times when it did like veer into PSA territory, but you also saw that a lot of the problems that Gia had are just teen problems. It's just like shit that everybody goes through. And I think they did that purposely to show you that, okay, she is her own person. She's a trans person, maybe a trans person of color who has very specific challenges, but she's also going through all the same stuff that, all of us go through. And I like that aspect of it as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Very much agree on all those fronts.
What did you think of the mom in this episode?
I thought she was great. I liked this episode did so much with its time. I love that there was conflict between the parents about like the mom was sort of like trying to be overprotective in a different way than the dad, that as Ben was playing him. And sometimes overtly concerned and trying to overly be protective. And so when the dad was like, Ben was trying to sort of be like, oh yeah, we should let her do it. We should let her be out there and be herself. The mom's like, well, we need to protect her. And she's sort of like, don't let me be the bad guy in this situation. And that we need to sort of work together on this. But then ultimately they sort of have to, let the child sort of be herself. I thought that the fact that there was like a conflict between the parents was really good. And you could see the mom character, I'm blanking on her name, but she did a great job of having a different viewpoint than Ben, but still caring for her daughter as well. So I thought that was again, this episode did so much. There's so many different bits and pieces and nuances that the episode touches upon. And that was another one of them. So it wasn't just trans supportive parents. It was conflict between trans supportive parents wanting to support their child in different ways.
I really liked that scene where Gia was telling her parents what she needed from her parents, and her parents were there and they were paying attention and they were listening. I almost thought they were going to say, "We hear you," but they said that with, I think, their mannerisms, their eyes, that they actually heard their daughter, what they needed to do. And I was just so impressed and just wished everyone in similar situations had as supportive parents as Gia did. So.
Yeah, and I think it was good to show a united front with the parents, even though they are maybe at odds with each other. They're both equally supportive of the daughter, because I think that could have been another trope that they easily could have fallen into, where you have one parent who's supportive and the other one is just like, no, you're no longer my child, or something like that. And I feel like we see that too much. And Jessie, I think you mentioned it in the earlier segment that they did, thankfully didn't go down that road.
Mm-hmm. It definitely does exist and definitely does happen, but generally, a lot of where that comes out nowadays is in the kind of the viewpoint of the mother that we, the anti-trans mother that we see in this episode. A lot of like, without getting into it too deeply, because that could be its whole other conversation. There, in a lot of like turf gender critical spaces, a lot of those people who form that viewpoint are actually parents themselves and are worried for their kid and sort of are like, oh, they're transing my child, is the viewpoint. So that definitely does exist. But it was nice to see, trans supportive parents and them struggling to be supportive in the way that their daughter needed them to be supportive. Again, you don't see that often enough in media. I think it's usually the story of the transphobic or homophobic or bigoted parent. So.
Do you think this episode taking place in 2012, that there was so much of a difference as 2023 with these issues? Was there anything in there that you saw that maybe was improved upon in the last 10 years at all? Because like the parents to me seemed like they were 23 parents.
That was actually one aspect of it. Since we've been praising it, it's like that was one aspect of it that I was like, maybe I could have. It was very clearly like it felt more like this was could have been taking place today, and then it just had the veneer of a couple like, here's Flappy Birds references, here's Twilight references, here's music references. But it was really kind of set in 2023. Because it's one of those like I as an activist working today for trans issues, I am very well aware of how transportive parents think today, and a lot of what's reflected here is reflective of that. But I couldn't tell you 2012 parents, because my parents didn't know that I was trans until I was already graduating college. So my parents were very supportive, but they didn't have to support me in the same ways. So I am not 100% sure. Like I could tell you how parents were in the 1980s and the 90s more than like in the 2012s, which is funny considering that's when I was kind of growing up. So it's just, yeah, it feels like they were 2023 parents rather than 2012 parents, but maybe I could definitely see them being supportive in this way. I think actually more the anachronistic element for me would be like a trans kid sort of even having that much medical support at that time, because it clearly seems like she's been transitioning for a while and that sort of things, which might have faced a lot more barriers at that time. So that might have been a bit more anachronistic even, but again, we didn't get into all the nitty gritty of that. So it's one of those like, I'm willing to let it slide because the issue is so pertinent to today that it's one of those like, I'm willing to let it go. I could if I cracked open a book and I could call out some of the minutia they got wrong, but I think overall it's fine for what the episode was trying to say and get across. Media is not made for the era in which it's depicting. It's made for when it was made, the era in which it was made. Yeah. So.
Especially with the hairstyles. Everybody's got modern hair. I've not seen bad 80s hair yet. There's no poof. Aquanet everywhere. Where's the 80s?
I'll send you a picture of me with a mullet, Albie. You don't worry about that.
I had one. So
I'm sure I'll have the mullet off.
Yeah, I had a high top fade thing going on with hairspray and all kinds of stuff. But wow. That's another thing. The timing of this episode. I'm sure all of us have seen the video that Mason shared on Twitter, and I think you shared it as well, of like the hate speech, the unbelievable new political platform hate gathering. I don't know, what do you want to call it? Propaganda, just misinformation and horrible stuff said by a former president, and the timing of this episode coming out around the same time as that, and this political climate, I want to give NBC props for doing this exact thing at this exact moment, because I'm sure there's going to be some crazy reactions from horrible people on this.
There's always is.
So,
I mean, you saw with the Last of Us last week. If you watched that show, they had a queer focused episode that was got a lot of even though it was one of the best episodes of television that I've ever seen. And that's just not me saying it, and not that's like so many people saying it. Got a lot of hate just for depicting gay people in it. On the Trump thing, I won't. They could go into a whole political discussion, but I'll just say this: like, that video is absolutely as a trans person, it was terrifying and scary, but also too, it just showcased how little he actually has to say. I always say, when people revert to making their platform just about transphobia and just about hate, that just means they're using that to try and stay relevant, because they can't have they don't have anything else meaningful to say other than to stoke hate to get attention. So it's scary, and I don't want to minimize that. It is a very terrifying thing to see someone who was at one point the most powerful man in the world, and has the potential to be again, though hopefully that's not the case. But certainly what he's saying is echoed by other people who are running too against him in his same party. It is very, very scary, but also it just shows how small he is. He is small as a person he is. So
in many ways,
and I
understand.
Yeah. I feel like the speech by the dad in the support group, because a thing that I liked about the support group too was that they had the kids getting together, and they could just be themselves and be in a safe space, but they also had a space for the parents to talk about what they were going through. And it was that scene where they were highlighting the kids specifically, pointing the camera straight at them, and the voiceover is the dad making a speech of, how could you be afraid of something like this? How could you spread fear about something like this if you just got to know? And I feel like that might have been a direct rebuttal to this transphobia that has become part of the platform, because it's a party without a platform. All they do is stir shit and stoke fear and divisiveness for basically fake culture wars, because they don't have anything else. So it's just like when you have a self-aggrandizing bag of shit leading the free world on nothing but divisiveness, hatred, and anything he could do to grab a headline and spark some kind of controversy and normalize hate speech and normalize the othering of people. The pendulum has to swing back somehow, but they're not going to go gently into that good night. So it's again what we were talking about, like maybe that's why I asked the question in the first segment: is there anything in this that you think might have changed some asshole's mind? And I don't know about that, but I feel like just seeing it presented as normal is more effective than trying to have a message about it. I think you need both, but I feel like, again, normalization is the way to go, because then it just becomes part of reality for more people. Like part of what your conception of reality is. It expands a mind in that way. And I guess that's insidious, that's subtle, but it could work both ways.
I think both help. I think both message and normalization in both aspects help. I think it is helpful to just sort of say, like, have episodes of shows where it's like, this is about this. This is what we're going to be talking about, and you're going to have to look at it directly and understand that this is exactly what we're talking about. And sort of force people to reckon with it. And then there are times where it's just like letting people take part in the action and have fun. It's a as a Trekkie, it's why I love Star Trek so much, and why modern Star Trek I think has gotten it pretty well, because they will use situations to talk about trans related issues through alien metaphor, but also include trans people at the same time. One of the problems with like older TV shows, like Star Trek and even older Quantum Leap at times, is like they would talk about issues, but they would code people as alien or other. It's like there's no queer people that actually exist as human beings, but look, we have non-binary aliens, and so it would be talking about the issue, but it would still code trans and queer and non-binary people as like a different alien thing. Whereas, it is nice to sort of say, like, we're gonna have an episode about this topic, but also just let characters exist, which is why, again, I like Quantum Leap, because you have characters like Mason, who Ian, played by Mason Alexander Park, who just get to take part in the action, get to have fun, get to be normalized. You know, I think that's where the normalization happens, that you just see a non-binary character take part in cool, fun sci-fi stuff. And when it's relevant, like they'll mention like, oh yeah, I had this, you know, this, my gender experience is relevant to this topic of conversation. Like it normalizes, like, trans people can take part of the action, but we'll have opinions that relate to our viewpoints now and then, that come from us being non-binary and trans. So I think normalization is great in terms of Ian's character. But then when you get to episodes like this, I do think it's nice to sort of say, no, this is about this. So I think the mixture of Ian's character just existing in the series, and then this episode being a very message episode that is about this, I think the mixture of those two things, I think will allow people to sort of open their hearts. And yeah, like I said, there are people that are going to be bigoted no matter what. It's going to happen. But I do think that, you know, we tend to not understand how empathetic people are. You know, I have found that even the most ardent of transphobes can sit down and I can have an earnest conversation, and they grow by seeing me as a person. And I think that's what media and stories allow us to do, sort of make people be seen as a people in a way that, like, you can't always meet a trans person in your everyday life, but you get to sort of get a glimpse in it through a television show and make it very clear that this was it's about. So I do think that this episode will change minds. Will it change every mind? No. I'm sure people are going to go on Twitter and be like, they ruined Quantum Leap. It's gone woke. The SJW agenda has come to ruin it again. I'm sure there's going to be those vitriolic, nasty takes. But, you know, as the end of the episode said, they are a vocal but small group. And there are more people who are willing to be supportive. And there are more people that need to learn but want to learn. And so I think, you know, you're going to have the hateful people, but I do think the episode will change some minds.
I agree with you. I think that part you're talking about, Chris, with the voiceover while they were showing the children in the support group, that dad, I thought I was empathetic before I had a kid, before I had my daughter. But as soon as I had my daughter and became a parent, and just, I think I'm like always scared for her, and I want to protect her. I want to. So I when I heard his what he was saying in the support meeting while they were showing the kids, I really felt what he was saying. Like, you know, and I think any parent with empathy would think, you know, of their child, no matter who their child is, in a situation to where the world just hates them just because. And I think it will change the minds of the people who actually watch the episode, hopefully. And it might only change, who knows? I don't know numbers, but a few hundred, right? But still, that's
even if it changes one. Even if all of this time and money was put into entertaining people and changed one mind and makes life better for one trans person, then the thing has done its job.
And it might even save lives, because parents might embrace their children and for who they are, and not make them feel bad for being themselves, and lead to things like, again, trigger warning, the teen suicides that happen from this. Imagine you don't have to imagine, but being in a world that just doesn't understand you for being you. It's just, and I really think Quantum Leap got it right in this episode. And this is, to me, the most Quantum Leap episode of Quantum Leap that was ever. So
I agree.
I just love that part.
Yeah, I think it will. Like I said, it's not going to change everyone's minds. No episode is ever going to. There's going to be no piece of media that, like I said, even The Last of Us, which came out earlier this week, because I'm using that as a term because it has a reaction already out there. Like, I thought that was one of the most beautiful pieces of media, queer media, I've ever seen in my life. It made me weep when I watched it. And there were still people that were like, this is horrible and terrible, and it's a piece of crap, SJW agenda. But there were many people who watched it expecting a fun apocalyptic zombie show, and were moved by it, who would never have seen a queer romance. They were just in for the cool zombie show. And so, yeah, there's going to be the vocal assholes. There's always going to be the vocal assholes. And you're not going to change everyone's minds. It's not going to stop change political movements overnight, but it will make a difference to some. And I think that's all, as a work of art. A work of art, that's all any work of art could ask to do, to make life better for someone. And if that's many people, that's amazing. But even if it's just one, then the art has done its job.
And I think it'll continue to do its job because unlike special episode of the week that, back when I was younger, this is, once it's out, and it's always going to be around. So there's always going to be more people finding the series and more people watching this episode. So I think it's going to continue to help. And hopefully one day, we look back on this episode and go, how messed up were people back then? That this actually happened. So that's my hope in that.
And getting to the point of art, like to me, at the end of the day, all art, no matter what medium it is presented in, is a conversation. And I mean, right now we're having a conversation about this, and this might sound trite, but to bring it back to Quantum Leap terms, there's a certain bartender who once told Sam Beckett, you think you've just changed one life. Well, that life touched others, and that life others. You've done a lot of good. So I feel like there's that cumulative effect. Hopefully, it's really the only thing that you can strive for. So
yeah, no, I agree with you. Like people tend to think of art as like this thing that stays in amber. It comes out and it's either perfect or crap. It's got to be one of these two things. You got to put in the bucket of good or bad. It's rotten or fresh. On the tomato meter. But it's no, like art is always about conversation. It's about what we talk about with the art and what the art is saying to us, what the creator of the art and the creators behind the art are saying, and what we take from it. And it is the conversation in between is the point of it. And that's why I like talking about Star Trek and different types of media. It's why I love doing the job that I do, is because I get to have conversations about art. And when you just sort of like, there are people, a lot of those people, the same people are just like, oh, art is woke or SJW or whatever. They aren't having conversation about art. They just want things to be passive. They just want to be passive observers of things, like, oh, this was great or it was bad. And they just slot it into one of those two buckets. They don't want to have a conversation about it. And I feel like that's, is, again, it is a scary thing to see the hate that is pushed by that, but it's also, to a degree, it's a sad thing. It's a pitiable thing that they don't have these conversations in a way that lets them learn and grow from art. It's I don't want to give them too much empathy, because people like that do cause harm and harass people. But it is a very pitiable thing that people don't get to see the true beauty of art, and that's what we're doing right now, having conversations about it. That's what's beautiful about it.
Wow, such a great episode.
We got very deep.
Such a great conversation. We're going to go to something a little bit silly. After our next interview, we're going to have a leap and look with Jessie and see if she's got anything Quantum Leap hanging around that cool computer room with all the RGB in it. Okay, so enjoy this next interview, and we'll be right back.
welcome to the Quantum Leap podcast, everyone. And we are thrilled to welcome to the show Brigitte Kali Canales. Brigitte, welcome.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So good to be here.
It's terrific. We've been talking to a lot of people involved in this episode of Quantum Leap. You are maybe part of Quantum Leap history. This might be one of the most significant episodes that the show has ever done for issues-oriented themes, which the show is famous for. So if you don't mind, can you tell us a little bit about the journey that brought you into the show and how you got the role as Miriam?
Absolutely. Yeah, I got the audition and I remember getting it. And I had actually just had, this is a little bit, a little too TMI, right? But I had just had a peel done on my face. I remember I told my husband, God, this peel, I'd never had a peel before. And I told him, I had this peel and I think I look like a crazy person, but I really think I have to audition for it because I feel like I get this character. I get what she's going through. I get what she's fighting for. And, Eric, I think I'm just going to tape it. And he's like, I don't know about that, baby. You're looking a little rough. And I said, I just feel it. I feel it in my heart. And the thing about the characters that you book sometimes, most of the time when you book something, at least it's happened for me that way, you know it. You know that there's a calling. There's something inside you that tells you this is a fit and this has to be done. And that's what I felt with that role. And I just felt like I understood her passion and what she was fighting for her daughter's freedom, and for justice for her daughter and for her daughter to be able to live a life of equality and a life where she could grow up and not feel afraid of the world and how the world was going to perceive her and whatever she felt like she was. And the journey that my character Miriam was going to go through with Gia, because you're constantly learning from I learned from my nieces. I'm not a mom yet, and I'm constantly learning from my nieces. I'm learning things about myself, about my weaknesses, about my strengths, about things about myself I don't like, that I'm like, oh gosh, that I have that within me. Oh man, I don't like that quality in me. And then going through the process of trying to become better. And so when I finally got the script and I was reading some of the, the lessons that were there, I thought, wow, this was so perfectly written. And so it was written in a way that it makes you see ugly sides of you and good sides of you and everything in between. And I was grateful for that, because I think you don't always get that on TV, and you rarely get situations like this. Thankfully, there's a lot more of it happening and a lot more of it being exposed. And so it creates the platform where people can feel like they can be seen, and there's a place for them to say, okay, hey, I know exactly what that feels like. And I relate to that. And that's me. That's me in a way. And so I felt like the way Miriam and Gia's relationship ends up playing out, which you guys will see, there's all those lessons, and there's all those situations where every parent will be able to relate to it. And there was a lot of soul on set. It was a very emotional set, and there was I had goosebumps all the time, and I didn't know why. And that's a powerful thing when you feel that on a set, because you're like, wow, it's something beyond.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that aspect of it, because we had the good fortune to talk to Shekinah, who wrote and directed the episode, and she is just phenomenal. And we had approached this with her a little bit, but I wanted to know from your point of view what the set was like, because you were talking about such a relevant topic, and not one that you see portrayed often on an hour-long network drama of all places. So was there a back and forth about how you should approach certain themes? And I know it's all there on the page, but there's also a lot of subtext and nuance, especially when you're dealing with there's just so much in this script that you had to convey. So I was just wondering if did you have any kind of discussions with Shekinah and with Josielyn about their experiences and some of the nuances that they maybe wanted to get across when you were interacting with them?
Yeah, Shekinah used, I'm sure you guys spoke about this, but there were, she had two very good friends, one of which she based the character on. And so she was very open about that. And we were able to talk about situations in life that have been very scarring, that have made life a little bit, have been those moments in life where you're kind of hit hard and then it kind of shakes you. And so we were able to connect on those that subject matter and those situations, and open up about it and open our hearts. And I knew exactly who Miriam was. I knew, moms can be ferocious. Like a mother, when she's fighting for her child, will do whatever she has to do. And for me, that was what I was doing. I was fighting for my little girl with every inch of me, and if I had to take on the world, I would have, because I knew that that's what she needed. And, she told me, my daughter, Gia, told me in the episode, there were really harsh moments where I was like, wow, this sucks. God, is this what being a mom's going to be like? Damn. Where she's telling me, you're trying to hide me. You're not letting me be free, and you're not really being a good mom. And I was like, oh my God, to hear those words was really painful, because I could, I have a younger sister, and my sister, and I told this to Shekinah, this is how we really connected. My little sister was born with a scar, and she had to have a few surgeries, and her fifth surgery ended up leaving her with a big scar on her face. And so I told Shakina the story about my little sister running from her school, elementary school, to my middle school, and all the little kids were running behind her, and they were like, Scarface, Scarface. And it was so cruel. And I remember my sister running to me and like holding me, and I was like, get away from my sister, like screaming like a monster. I got crazy. I still remember how I felt. And I told her, this is who Miriam is. I get it. I know who Miriam is. And so obviously Shakina's a great writer. So there's Miriam fighting, then there's Miriam failing, then there's Miriam failing again, then there's Miriam being taught a lesson, then there's Miriam understanding, then there's Miriam fighting again, and then there's Gia rising, right? And everyone finding a place for Gia and saying, you're just one of us. What are we doing? You know, this is ridiculous. And then finally Gia being able to fly, which is ultimately what a parent wants. And so, this whole process felt like I could really relate to it because of that experience with my sister, because it was that's what it was. It was scarring. It really left its print in my heart and my life. And so Shakina is so open, and she was talking to me about, immediately she's trying to help my sister. And so we really connected on that. And I felt like that was really where I found Gia. Gia to me was really like, I felt like I was just protecting my little sister in a way. And then that gave me wings to be a mother, if that makes any sense. It became very personal for me, So yeah, I mean, there were constantly moments on set where Shakina would just come to us, give us an example, ground us, and then kind of let us be, because the words were great. So when it's written great, it just kind of takes off by itself. You let the words do the work, Yeah,
I was really very surprised, and pleasantly so, at I guess it was like the last act turn, when we find out what you've done as a mom to try to protect Gia,
mm-hmm.
And the fact that she couldn't play because that was just the deal that they made.
Yeah.
And when she runs, and it basically boils down to you being a mom and so supportive, yet you are still in some way having a detrimental effect on her life when she yells, your fear is not my responsibility. Oh. That sent chills through my spine. I mean, that was a great scene on both you, and you guys played it. I was so surprised, because you think that you like you said, you're the mom, you're protecting, you're there, and that is your sole intent is to protect this child. And it turns out that, wait a minute, maybe you have something to learn too.
Lessons,
Yeah. So, yeah. I know we're talking a lot about specifics in the episode. Can you tell us just generally about, I mean, how cool is it to be on the set of Quantum Leap?
Oh my God.
What's it like to work with Ray? And, did you get to interact with any of the other main cast members?
Yeah, my scenes were mainly with Ray. So, it was basically, he plays my husband in a way, so that's the person I spent the most time with. But I got to see everyone a little bit for the most part, and everyone was just so kind and fun, and it was a really easygoing set, and there was a really light energy, which is always awesome when you're on set and things feel light and happy and joyful and everyone feels grateful. That's one of the best things about work, when it doesn't ever feel like work, if that makes any sense. So that was awesome. And the Universal lot is so cool. I mean, they have all these little, I don't know if you guys have talked about other episodes, but there was one where they had to put all this sand out, and it was like kind of like a Western, and we drove right by it, and all the houses are so gorgeous, and they're empty, but they're cool, So that was really, really neat to have that experience, because I'd never worked for the Universal studios. I'd worked for other studios, but not that one. So that was a real treat. But more than anything, the people, that's what really it's all about. And it's a really tight-knit family. And the first season of a show is always, people are kind of getting to know each other still. So, it's still kind of like, feeling each other out. But in this set, it really felt like everyone already got through that and was close already. So it was a real gift to be part of that set and that team.
What were the days like when you were filming in the high school for the basketball scenes and you were cheering on Gia, your daughter?
They were awesome. We did 3 days out there, and there were kids in actual school that were there. So they'd all be like, what are you guys, doing? Peeking their heads in. But, there was a lot of support, and Shekinah brought out a beautiful part of the community, and she really made everyone feel so seen and special. And I remember just the smiles all around me and people so excited to be there, and just the feeling, I can't explain it. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but it's that like, it's a frequency, right? Where you feel like, wow, there's just something around there's so much love right now. And it's like that feeling in your body. You know what I'm talking about? Where you kind of get those little goosebumps on your body, and then you see the joy. And so you're just looking around you and you're like, wow, people are happy. People are very grateful right now. And that's what it was like. That's really what it was like. So nobody was tired. Nobody was complaining. Everyone was just happy.
Yeah, we had complimented Shekinah because, in our estimation, our humble estimation, this episode of Quantum Leap shares a lot of the same feeling of the classic series, and I'm just wondering how familiar, or how are you familiar at all with the original Quantum Leap? Were you a fan of the show way back when?
I've never even seen one episode. Forgive me. I hadn't. For me, it was just really what drew me was the writing. I loved the writing. When I read for it, I thought, this is great writing. Sometimes some series, when you read the writing, you're like, okay, all right, I get it. They need me to hit the speed, and okay, we know what we got to do here. But this writing was, it was just beautiful. So it was easy to go for the ride. And what I mean by that is the words, when they're written in a very specific way, they just take you, and you don't have to practice. You don't have to, I'm going to do this here. You just kind of go, and whatever surfaces, but it works because it's truthful.
This episode has to do with a lot of trans issues, and you were working with a lot of trans actors. And did you in any way learn more about the trans community than you had known before working with everyone?
I did. I felt like I was a lot more exposed, and I loved learning, and I loved seeing, I'm also not like, I'm not Generation Z, so I don't have, I'm a millennial, so I didn't grow up with as much of that. And so I didn't know a lot about specific terms, the specific things that I feel like I should know about, that now I feel much more comfortable, and it just feels like second nature now. It's not like I don't think about it as much, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay. When you're not exposed, it's a new thing, but I feel like that's what's good about this, that we're all gonna learn more. And I love that Shekinah used this relationship with mother-daughter to really put that out there, because it's what really happens, right? And so I really feel like with Miriam, I feel like Miriam could be one of my best friends. It could be my sister with her daughter. It could be anyone. I feel like Miriam feels so real, like I remember when I put on my outfit and I was like, whoa, that outfit. And then I'm like, this is all the moms out there that are a little bit more conservative than I am, and a little bit, they don't have as much of the exposure that I do, that are going to learn from this, that are really going to feel like, wow, I see myself in Miriam, and I'm a bit inspired, because look how she's fighting for her child, and look at the mistakes she's made, and look at what she's going through, and all her inner battle, and the failures as a mother, and the wins as a mom, and just the whole journey. So, I think it's a very special episode, and I can't wait to see it on Monday.
Well, I got to say, I have to imagine that going to the Universal lot might be a little bit different than I think that you guys film in the woods in August in Georgia on location.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they do. maybe they.
Oh no, I'm talking about for your stint on Fear the Walking Dead.
Oh, for Fear the.
I
Yes.
I'm not sure where did they film?
So Fear the Walking Dead actually filmed in Austin, Texas.
Oh, okay. All right. But I mean, it just, everything's so grimy and hot. And it's just like.
Or cold. So cold
I mean,
sometimes. One time it was like 20 degrees and it was supposed to be hot and we were all freezing. We couldn't, everyone was like, oh, can you guys just, your faces relax a little bit? We're like, we just can't because we're shivering. So we're all like, you know, trying to ourselves. Yeah, it's a very different experience, but you know, ultimately it's about the love and what moves actors for the most part. I mean, I can't speak for all of us, but it's the heart, you know, when you feel something deep in your heart, that's what makes you say, oh, I want to be a part of that. So, and I felt like that's how I felt when I read this.
I would like to maybe, because that is such a cultural touchstone now, like Quantum Leap, The Walking Dead franchise, yet another, just a genre juggernaut, you know. But it's such a different show in the sense that so much gore, so much fun. Can you talk a little bit about how, because from what I understand, you had kind of a gory demise on the show.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, how do you guys like prep for scenes like that? And I know that they have so much extras dressed as zombies and things. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, you don't say the Z word on that show. But I'd like to, if you have any tales from that set, because it just seems to be such an interesting kind of shoot. It's such a unique kind of show.
Yeah, you know, Fear the Walking Dead, it was my first recurring role ever, and I really have Mikey to thank for that, who's one of the, like, he directs a lot of the episodes and one of the executive producers, and he gave me my first shot at you know, a recurring role on a show, and I'm forever grateful. And it was probably one of the best experiences of my life to date, because I learned so much, because it was my first time on a set like that, and they work a lot more. They almost work like a film more than they do a show, because it's very cinematic. And so it's really a dance. Everything's always a dance on any set that you're on, but sometimes it's a little bit more formal. Whereas with Fear the Walking Dead, there was a lot of exploration, you know, and they give you the opportunity and freedom to try a lot of things out. And it was a survivalist show, you know, so it was all about life and death ultimately. So, you know, you have to find a way to survive. And I don't know if you guys saw the episode where I have to kill myself in order for my child to be able to survive. But that was probably the most technical of all the episodes. And it was, what was hard was landing the fake knife in a way that it looks like I'm actually stabbing myself. And I had to hit a specific spot. Oh no. It was a fake knife, but we had to actually hit a spot to rip it. And I had 2 takes because we were losing light. And so I had to hit it in a specific spot, rip my stomach so my guts could come out. And if I didn't hit the right spot, the guts wouldn't come out and it wouldn't stain all my clothes. And, you know, and it was just that was the most technical part of it all. And the physical demand that it had, whereas I had to I was kind of trying to walk, but I was stumbling because my leg had gotten all jammed up, and then dragging my leg
from changing the tire.
Yeah, it was exhausting. God, I came home that night and I slept like a baby. I mean, I was so tired. One time we had a really long day. I think it was it must have been more than 16 hours. We all were zombies. We were looking at each other like, oh my God, what a day. But you know, it was such a different set, and what takes a lot of time are the special effects, because all the scars or anything that requires you to become a zombie, it takes hours of makeup. So that's also, you have to sit and wait and let the people do their jobs. So it's every show has a different not energy necessarily to it, but different challenges. And so you adjust accordingly, you know? But that was an incredible experience for me. It was also my first real show. So you can imagine, I was like, wow, everywhere I looked, I couldn't believe I was in zombie world. And there were zombies sitting all over. Like you look and you're on break and there's a zombie over here behind me, taking a break over there, having a bottle of water. You know, so that's really cool too.
So are you saying the part where you eviscerated yourself, was that a practical effect? There was actually,
No, we
you had to hit it the right way for the CGI?
Yeah, we practiced all that so it would hit in the right place.
But they put the guts in afterwards, or did they have you like set up with like a packet of guts that are going to spill out?
They had it with a packet of guts that were going to spill out. Yeah.
How freaky was that?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, but it was like, that's what I mean. It was technical because I had to hit the right spot so then it would rip and it would all come out.
Oh, that's crazy. I always thought that they, we'll do that in post.
No.
I didn't know that, like a lot of practical effects, especially because, the zombies on the show are often missing parts of their faces. And, it's a very realistic. They all look like these weathered husks.
Yeah. Eventually my guts did get dehydrated and those were put on, when I'm going through the sand, it looks like sand dunes. And I'm just like trying to get the dogs dragging me to Rufus is dragging me to Morgan. When we got to that part, then those were the old guts, so all dried up and everything. That wasn't even post. That was all real. It was all effects on set. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. It's funny. Yeah, it's that's now the exception and not the norm, but it's so old school. Mm-hmm. So that's why I was a little surprised.
Yeah,
makes it better.
It's way better. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, right. All that good old-fashioned blood and guts.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you're Gia's mom, and you seem younger than Miriam. Was that any problem when getting the role of actually like playing a character? I think older than yourself, because you look younger than a person that would have a teenage daughter like that.
Yeah, I just felt like I dressed a little bit older. Like I felt like I had to look a little bit older, so I just went through my wardrobe and put my hair up in a clip and didn't put any makeup on and just kind of wore my fatigue on. Like I had my fatigue definitely present. I thought, this woman is exhausted. And just the whole situation, like I can only imagine what fighting for a child, like how hard it has to be when the world feels like it's against you, and how it must be hard on your soul. So hopefully for moms now, it's not as challenging. That's my hope. We can only hope that people become more conscious and it's easier,
Mm.
During the shoot, did you and Josielyn form like a maternal and like a daughter relationship at all?
Yeah, I felt like we had definitely like a friendship, and I felt like immediately you see someone. I don't know how to explain it, but whenever you get a character, you start to kind of see through that character's eyes. So it was really cute because she was having so much fun with her friends, playing basketball and trying things out, and she was practicing so hard, and I kept looking at her like, gosh, so cute how she's so committed, and I could see pieces of me in her, even though she's not my daughter in real life, but I could see, we see reflections of ourselves in people, anyone, and I could really see that her commitment a lot. I remember being up in the bleachers and thinking, I see her drive, and she's committed to becoming the best she can be. And I felt like that resonated so much with me and how I am. And that was one of those moments of reflection where I'm like, look at her. She's busting her little butt. She's so cute, And I had that moment. I'm like, wow, this is what it's going to be like, to see my kid trying and trying and trying. Cause she was shooting those hoops. She wouldn't stop. She wanted to get it right. So that was one of my favorite moments. And yeah, we were talking, and then I did feel like a mom because she'd come over, she'd say something to me, and then she'd be like, okay, cool, I'll talk to you in a little. And then she'd go off with the friends, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, I guess this is what it's like for real. It's like they care about you, but they want to go hang out with their friends.
Yeah.
It's what happens. Yeah. So I was like, okay, I'll be here. You let me know. All right, cutie. And then she'd leave. So that was cute.
So you had a good experience, it sounds like, overall.
Oh, yeah. I had a great time. I mean, obviously I'd love to be back with them, but that's it. It's that one moment and fragment in time. So, but yeah, they were great. Everyone was awesome.
It must be just a great feeling to be what I believe will become an iconic episode of network television. It definitely breaks barriers, and it's going to be a milestone. So did you have any worry going into it, like that it was going to be maybe scrutinized more than other episodes of TV, or appreciated more than other episodes of TV?
About scrutinized? No, I didn't care. I was like, this is about,
okay, cool.
this is about a human life, and I have no worries. And, I have a lot of faith, and I just always feel like I don't think God would ever want anyone to be treated as less than a person. And so I don't know, for me, I didn't think about it twice. I just said, this is about love, and love is bigger than anything. And so let's do it.
Awesome.
Yeah. And it really comes through in the episode, especially the note that it ends on is not just love, but just this overwhelming joy. And I think that all the elements came together, and you were a huge part of that. So thank you for contributing to the success, because like I said, this one really shared the DNA and had a lot of the feel of the classic series. And, longtime Quantum Leap fans, it's almost like coming home.
Oh, wow.
Because it's so evocative of the show that we all love. I mean, everybody listening to this podcast is mostly, diehard fans from 30 years ago. So to be back on this journey and to have a whole different cast doing it, it's nice to know that we can still get that old feeling.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And
thank you.
So, yeah. So it was kind of a circuitous route to you to be acting, though. I was looking a little bit at your bio, and you started out as VJ?
Yeah. So I started off in musical theater. That was kind of my passion at the beginning. And so I got a little bit into acting after that. And then right after high school, there was an open audition for MTV. They were going to start a bilingual network, and I went. And I just said, hey, I feel like I would host all the shows at my school. I was always the MC at my school. So I said, why not? Let's give it a go. So I went in, I did my thing, and the guy's like, you need an agent, and I have a friend. And I was like, okay, sure, let's meet your friend. And I met his friend. It turned out to be an agent in William Morris, which is a really big agency. And then that they kind of started fine-tuning me, and they were like, okay, so you need to do this, you need to do that. I got work. I started working for Billboard. I started doing a lot of hosting. And deep down, I always wanted to act. I felt like it was what I really should do. So I was like, I don't know how to leave hosting and focus more on acting, but I have to transition somehow. And then I started booking a lot of voiceover stuff. And I was like, okay, I'm getting a good, my career is really happening in the voiceover world. And so I came out to LA. I met a bunch of people from a few ad agencies that my agent knew. I was like, I think LA is a place for me. I got to go. And I convinced my husband, who was my boyfriend at the time. He wanted to go to New York, but we ended up going to LA. And I was like, you got to give me some time. I think I can do it. And then sure enough, opportunities started happening, doors started opening, and I was able to break through into the acting world. And it's just been go ever since. Thank God. So it's been awesome.
Are you still pursuing voice acting work? I saw that you had some recent work with the Star Wars franchise as well.
Yeah, I still do voiceover work. I also started doing motion capture work. I was just part of a really great game called Dead Space, which was a remake of a classic. And that was all motion capture. So I got to wear the outfit.
Oh,
And
cool.
yeah, that was really cool. And I loved it because that's a lot of imagination. So, and that's kind of one of my favorite things about acting, imaginary circumstances. So, that's been really rewarding, and I hope to do a lot more of that and continue my my VO career because I do love it. I mean, acting in a booth or acting with the mocap gear, it's all so different. It's all different worlds, but it's all the same thing. It's acting. So, and it's not even acting. It's just being under these imaginary circumstances as truthfully as you can be. Ultimately.
I find that fascinating because I don't know much about video games. I've never been a video game guy, but so from what I'm inferring from what you're saying is that you put on the mocap gear and you act the character. So it's your voice and you basically do they use that to animate the characters so that it's all you. Really.
It's all you. So even if the character looks nothing like you, they're still going to use all your facial expressions and everything. So before you even do the motion capture work, they have you go into a seat in like this circular motion capture, I guess, stall. And then you go in there or booth, and you go in there and there's 120 tiny cameras with lights. And so you sit there for about 3 hours and you have to make different expressions, and they take pictures of everything, hundreds of pictures at the same time. So they can capture every angle of your face, and then they can capture like just me opening my eyes like that, and then relaxing, and then relaxing. So then when they animate the character, it can have all your actual expressions. It's fascinating.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a long process, but it's worth it when you see it play out.
It's just I'm playing a video game later. I see, that female orc over there. That looks like Brigitte. It's like I don't know how, but it's uncanny.
Oh my god! Yeah,
but,
right.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I have to think that it's probably like a really neat time because I have to think that acting in a booth for VO work is completely different from doing the mocap stuff, which is completely different from doing the series stuff. So it's like, how do you juggle it all? It's kind of nuts.
I see it all as a gift, and I'm always like, wow, I can't believe this is my life. I can't believe this is what I get to do. This is incredible, and I'm so grateful. And I just see it all as gifts that I get, and I'm like, wow, thank you. Thank you, God, thank you. And I just go in there and I give it my best. It is different. Being on set, they give you get a lot. You get actual people at the cafe, or, the kids at the basketball game. On a motion capture project, I would have seen them, and then maybe we would have had the ball, but there would be no court. There wouldn't be anything really except the main characters right there. So it would have probably been, if it would have been a motion capture project, it would have been Gia, the maybe 3-4 girls, whoever had dialogue playing, and then Ray, because he's the coach, and then probably for my footage, it would have just been me with the camera. It would have been shot so different, and the basketball would have probably had sensors on it, so when they throw it, they actually can get the basketball going on the floor. It would have been it's all so different. You just start learning how to navigate each ocean.
Fascinating.
Did you come up with a backstory for Miriam? Like, what did she do for a living? Because I don't know if they mentioned that. They were just like, you got to get back to your.
I'm a nurse. I'm a nurse in my role. Yeah, and I had thought of that too. I thought for sure I had that kind of job. Either I was an assistant and I helped, or I was a nurse, or something along those lines is what I thought. I just knew I was exhausted and that I didn't have my husband was letting me down left and right, and I was just like, what are you doing right now? You're making things so challenging for us. And this isn't what you're supposed to be doing. And Ray's so great, Ray, he has these little, these mischievous eyes, but they're also so innocent. And he knows how to play them up, So I'm always like, listen, you're making things hard for us, okay? But yeah, I knew that Miriam she was definitely, I took pieces of my mom as well, her commitment to my sister and I, and she's a wonderful mother. So I just tried to embody a lot of her in my work.
Awesome. Well, I mean, it comes across. You're a believable mom in the episode.
Thank you.
So whatever you did, it worked.
Yeah. You could really feel the love that Miriam had for Gia.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And the need to protect her. Yeah.
Thank you. I
really well done.
Thanks.
Excellent episode, and you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Yeah, and speaking of which, are there any aspects of the episode that you want to talk about that we haven't covered yet? Any important things that you think need to be discussed, or just any messages for the Leapers who are listening?
I think I would just like to say that, love, I think I said the quote earlier, I really do believe that love is bigger than anything in its way. And that quote's very personal to me, because when I went through a challenging time with my husband, when he was going through something difficult, I really learned that. And so it's a big thing for me that love can move mountains. Love can give you a drive unlike anything you've ever seen or experienced in your entire life, and it'll teach you great lessons, but ultimately love is what moves us and what gives us purpose. So whenever in doubt, just what would you do if you were in love, in the state of love?
I think that's a wonderful sentiment to end on. Thank you so much, Brigitte, for joining us on the Quantum Leap podcast.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. I send you big hugs.
And we're back. Wow. Amazing interviews. We're just so lucky to get all these interviews for this episode. I mean, if we were going to get the complete collection of interviews for an episode, this is the one to do it.
It's like
right?
Pokemon. Got to catch them all. Gotta catch them all.
All right. Before the break, I promised a look and leap. And Jessie, do you have anything Quantum Leap related, or maybe you can tell us about anything you had in the past or do have somewhere about Quantum Leap from your fandom?
I do. So I have some things on me. My coolest Quantum Leap thing I couldn't find before the show, unfortunately, but I'll show you what I got, and I'll tell you what the cool thing was. So I do have a novel right here that I found. It's called Quantum Leap Too Close for Comfort. Got nice little Al looking all smug on the cover there, and Sam in his nice little turtleneck. The fun thing about this one is if I had been on the show a month ago, I wouldn't have had this, because I went home for Christmas and I went through all my old books and stuff, and my mom said, get rid of whatever you don't get right now, I'm going to throw out. And so I was like, all right, got to deal with it now. So I shipped all my stuff to me, and I literally just shipped this to me about a month ago, when I got it just like a few weeks ago from my house in New York, my mom's house in New York. So got this. Wouldn't have had this if you had asked me a month ago, but I had it since I was like a little kid. And then I also have my Quantum Leap seasons 1 and 2 DVDs right here, which are kind of fun. So,
like cool looking.
Yeah, the old ones. If you one of my favorite things, you open them up, you got a little Ziggy. Is the DVD case.
Sweet. Oh,
so it's kind of
great
a little,
pictures
kind
too.
of a fun little. Yeah, no, it's great.
That's awesome.
So sadly, the coolest thing that I own that's Quantum Leap, I couldn't find. I think it might be in my storage thing downstairs, because I have my comic books there. But I have a comic book of the issue where Sam leaped into a lesbian who was at Stonewall, one of the Stonewall riots.
Yes,
it's a great issue, and I have it signed by Andy Mangels. Andy Mangels is the writer of the comic, and Andy Mangels, I actually encountered him at a con recently. Was where I met him, because he also wrote some of my favorite Star Trek Enterprise novels. So he wrote Star Trek Enterprise novels, wrote the Quantum Leap comic book, and I was like, well, can I get a signed issue? And he's like, hell yeah. So I have a signed issue from Andy Mangels. And actually, I'll hawk my wares a little bit. I did an interview with him that is currently only available on my Patreon, but cool. he was the author. He's a gay author who actually created he made one of the first characters in Star Trek gay. officially the character of Hawk in Star Trek First Contact. He made the character gay in his novel version of that book. And it was sort of the first big one to do that. And he did that he had to sneak it past Rick Berman, the head of the Star Trek franchise at that time. So he tells that story in that interview, which is very fun. So he's a great guy. I have that signed issue of his comic book, but sadly I think it's down in my storage unit and not in my apartment right now. So
very cool. I had no idea about that character in First Contact, Hawk. Was that the ensign that got assimilated?
Got Borgified? Yeah. So
I was going to say
Borgified.
Borgified
Moment if you read him that. Yeah. But the long and short story, you should listen to the interview if you want the full story. But long and short story of it is the character appeared in the movie. There was rumors of him being gay, but it didn't actually happen. I mean, Andy didn't know if it was actually that was going to be the case and someone stopped it or not. But anyways, he got to write the novel that was sort of like taking place as a prequel to First Contact. And he's like, well, in the novel, I'm going to make him officially gay. I'm going to mention his partner. I'm going to have him be a gay man. But what he did was he knew that it wouldn't get approved by Rick Berman, who was the executive producer on Star Trek, who had often been sort of known for denying queer characters being in it, whether it was him being a homophobe, being like, oh, we can't do that now. It's not the right time, whatever the reasons. So he knew that was going to be the case. So the liaison between, I think, Pocket Books and Rick Berman, they went to his desk, Rick Berman's desk, and put the manuscript at the bottom of the pile. And then what they did is they went around and did a bunch of interviews with The Advocate and a bunch of queer magazines. Said, okay, we're going to officially make him queer. You have to announce it at this date when the book has already gone to print. And then you can announce it and they can't take it back because the book has already gone to print. And then if they take it back at that point, it'll be too much of a money and there'll ought to be a PR nightmare. And so he managed to make the character of Hawk officially gay in the novel, which means he's a gay character in the movie, even though sadly he does get Borgified. And it's just a really fun story. And he tells there's a couple other stories he tells about the behind the scenes of like queer Star Trek comics at the time, which are a lot of fun. So check out the interview. So
cool.
Wow. Yeah. Have you read that book, Chris? I know you're big into.
Oh, well,
it's a Section 31 Rogue. So.
Oh, I thought you meant Too Close for Comfort. I took my copy. It was literally right here because we had reviewed it on the main podcast after we were done with Mirror Image. We started doing the novel reviews, and this was the second novel in the run, and we dubbed it Too Close, Too Comfortable because it was Ashley's second book. So if you ever get a chance to read it, Jessie, when you do, you can listen to the companion podcast after the fact.
I will most definitely do that. Yeah. I always love listening to good That's the one thing with Star Trek books is there's one podcast that does Star Trek book reviews that I always listen to. So I'm sort of like, what book are they reading this week? I guess that's the one I'm reading.
The funny thing is we thought we were going to be out of material because my grand plan, I'm sorry, I'll turn to the mic and put my books back. Our grand plan after we had finished the entire original series was to do the novels and then the comic books. And then in my mind, I was like, okay. And then by some twist of fate, just as we get done with those, they'll announce the reboot. And then all of a sudden they actually announced a reboot. We were like, huh? So we're doing the novels in dribs and drabs now. Yeah. And, classic episodes that we as a podcast, this current team haven't talked about. So, yeah.
What are the other books in the McConnell verse?
Oh, you have Carney Knowledge, which is also Quantum Leap, the novel. You have Too Close, Too Comfortable, or Too Close for Comfort. You have Prelude, which is exactly what it sounds like, how the project came to be. You have The Wall, and then you have Random Measures. And we just did Random Measures, and we're out of the McConnell verse officially now. So, because she did 5 of them. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay, so did you like that one?
Yeah.
All right, that was a very cool leap and look, and I really appreciate you showing us your cool Quantum Leap stuff. And we're going to go to another interview right now, and then we'll be back. Hello, and welcome back to the Quantum Leap Podcast. I'm Albie, here with Matt and Christopher, and today we are so lucky to have on our show the woman who played Shruti on the episode of Quantum Leap, Let Them Play, Anita Kalathara. Hi, Anita. How you doing?
Hi.
We've just watched this episode, and we all absolutely love it. So we're very excited to talk to you today. and we do want to talk about the
Yay.
episode. But first, I want to ask you about like how you got into the business and how you got the acting bug and your journey that brought you to Quantum Leap.
Oh, fun question. So I definitely, my parents wanted me to be like a doctor or a lawyer, so that it's kind of the typical standard Indian thing. But I very gracefully disappointed them, and I bought a one-way ticket to LA. I really had wanted to be an actor since I was like in elementary school, but I just didn't know how to proceed and figure it out. And so, like the minute I got out of school, I basically was just like, okay, this is my chance. And I ended up just booking a one-way ticket to LA and was like, I'll just figure it out when I get there. And I did a lot of research. I was really thorough, and I got here and I kind of just like had a game plan and got very great timing because I landed an agent pretty quickly. And then like it's really started from there, and it's been going ever since. So yeah, it's been a really cool journey.
We just watched your short film, Unfair and Lovely. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, thank you. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I wrote and directed that short film, and it's a lot about what I experienced growing up. It's about colorism in India, which also translates to America as well, because yeah, being a first generation kid, my parents came over with the same, ideas that they had been like that they had known their whole lives, which is, light skin, fairer skin is better. And in India, it's like really prevalent, especially when they were younger, to have like lightening products, to have bleaching products. And so when I was a kid, my parents, they probably didn't realize how bad it was at that time, because at that time they really just thought this was culturally normal. So they would have me, using skin lightening products and bleaching products on my skin, just because they were like, oh no, my daughter, she's so dark. What happened? Because I would go out and play in the sun and stuff like that. So this short is about a girl who's on her wedding day. Her mother's giving her a lot of pressure about being darker and not looking good in her pictures and things like that. And so she kind of goes through, it's really nonverbal. There's not a lot of dialogue in this film, but I think it just conveys the message really clearly, like just going through that and the feelings of like not feeling good enough because of your skin color. And it's interesting because I feel like it's still it's taken me a really long time to get over this kind of feeling and hatred against myself and my skin color. And it's only been in recent years that I really like learned to embrace it, because I didn't realize how deep seated that feeling was from when I was a baby. Like I just, I remember when growing up, my parents would always say, you were born so fair and now you're so dark. How did this happen? And, it was always like a joke. And in my aunts and uncles would always say it to me, like, oh, you got so dark and stuff like that. But I didn't realize how like actually that affected me until I was older and realized like, oh, wow, this isn't like the right way to look at yourself. Like you should learn to love yourself as you are. And there shouldn't be any, differences between skin color. But it's just interesting that that's how it is in India. It's changing, I think, but
oh, good.
Still going. And a lot of people reached out to me after that short. So that was really cool to realize that like it wasn't just me. There was a lot of people dealing with this stuff.
When I watched it, I was very ignorant of that topic, and I had no idea that was a thing. And one of the things that touched me about the part in the short film was when the little girl goes to pick out a doll, and you're looking for a doll that looks like yourself. And that was heartbreaking, and just seeing that. But on a good thing is I saw on your Instagram that they actually are making South Asian American Girl dolls now.
Yes. Oh, weird. What timing? I didn't even really put that connection together. Yes. Yeah. This year, American Girl came out with their first Girl of the Year, and it's a South Asian girl, and her name is Kavi Sharma. And I happen to be the voice of Kavi Sharma, which is cool and coincidental, which is why you saw it on my feed. There's an animated series coming out that I'm going to be voicing and doing all the I'm the voice of Kavi, and it's really fun. And I'm so excited for little girls to get. I've already gotten messages in the last few weeks of like friends with like nieces and baby cousins that are playing with the Cubby doll. And I just love that they're sending these pictures to me. It just makes me feel so good that like these girls have something to look at and look up to. And yeah, I think people are going to really love her story when they learn more about it.
That's amazing. Very, very groundbreaking. Yeah. And then you're in this other thing that's very groundbreaking, which is this episode of Quantum Leap. That is, I think, very much a first for network television to embrace a story like this told from the perspective of the people that it affects. Can you tell me a little bit about how you found out about this role and got the role and joined the cast of this episode of Quantum Leap?
Yeah. So I, just auditioned and was lucky to book this off tape. And it was cool because I was actually traveling at the time. I was in New York, and I remember getting it and being like, oh, how am I going to tape this? Like, luckily, my younger cousin, he is an actor and he had a setup. So I ran over to his house or his apartment in the city and we taped it. And it was just such a fun audition. I just remember having so much fun with this audition in general. And also I think I lived like a little dream of like always wanting to be good at basketball, but not actually. So I like really took that to heart and kind of took my environment in when I did that. So I feel like it was just a really fun audition overall. And, I didn't know how lucky I was going to be part of such a cool episode at the time. I didn't know enough about it. So like, but I from the scenes I could gather, like, oh, this is going to be a cool thing. And and then I think we started filming like a week after booking. Like it was pretty quick. It was quick turnaround time, and it just pretty fast, I guess.
Can you talk a little bit about those first moments on set, or when you were meeting the rest of the cast and coming together and experiencing the script for the first time?
Yeah, I think like when we were all in this, it's like we all mutually understood this was going to be a very special episode, and the feeling on set was like that. I mean, when I met the other girls, it was like we were friends for a long time already. Like soon as we met, it was such a fast friendship. I mean, there were so many moments on set where they were like, girls, calm down. You need to focus. We're about to go for a take, because we would just be like having so much fun that we forgot that we were working a lot of the time. And the camaraderie between us, I mean, we all still hang out and we all are on a group text and we all talk all the time. And I think that was really awesome. We really felt like part of a team. And we also had the amazing support of all these really great basketball players, female basketball players who are so good at their jobs. And they all like were supporting us and helping us learn and get better. I perfected my shot by the end of this, end of this taping. And it was crazy. Like we had rehearsals for basketball. I learned so much from this set and just being there. And yeah, it was a great feeling.
I have to think that that's a technically difficult kind of shoot, because you have to get specific shots. I mean, was the blocking and stuff like that crazy? You're learning just how to play basketball, but you also have to hit your mark and take a shot and just stop the ball here. And I mean, that seems to me like it's organized chaos.
Make sure the basketball hits it.
It was really interesting, actually. So I met a lot of the girls. I met a lot of the girls actually at our first basketball rehearsal. So we ended up having like actual basketball rehearsals. And I remember feeling super intimidated because I went in and I see all these very athletic women that are like making all these shots and looking like super professional. And I was like, oh God, I hope I'm not the only one that doesn't really know how to play basketball. And thankfully none of the girls did. And we all just were in it together, but it was so crazy. We actually learned that we had an amazing basketball coach. She ran, and we basically learned plays, and that were going to set us up to help us do the best of our abilities. So like what our strong points were. And so we basically, the coach made plays. We learned like 6 or 8 plays or something like that. So like a regular team would, we literally had to memorize these plays and do them. And so we would run drills and run rehearsals on that and like figure out our spots and like locations. And yes, you had to know your mark, but it's interesting because I think that's what you would actually do in a game, is you would know exactly where you were going because you run these plays as a team and you know these plays like the back of your hand. So I felt like I was really in the game. Like it felt like I was a real like basketball player because I knew all the plays like the back of my hand. I like ran the drills. Like when we were running, we don't always make the shot because you never know if that's gonna work. But yeah, it was kind of organized chaos, but it was really like well planned, and that was on the amazing talent of our basketball coach and the players because they were all so good and like were really helpful in helping us learn all the plays. So yeah.
So we have been talking to Josielyn, and we've been talking to Shekinah regarding a lot of the messaging of the trans experience in this episode. And we still really haven't spoken to anyone that played a contemporary of Mia in the episode. So when you were preparing for those scenes and trying to contextualize the dialogue that you were given, did you have conversations with Shekinah and Josielyn about their experiences and just to help you ground your performance? How did all of that dynamic come together?
Yeah, I didn't actually per se. I think Shekinah was actually really good at keeping us informed and giving us like all the information we needed to know what was happening in each scenario and each scene. And so Shekinah was like our biggest and greatest resource because she really helped us like really understand what was happening and what was at stake in each scene as we were going to do it. And she also just is so well spoken and just like really understands how to, get performances out of people. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think like that was kind of more how it was. I didn't really I didn't want to like disturb Josielyn's piece and like, ask her what she's going through in a specific scenario, but it was like I could just feel her energy and it worked off of that. Like we were just we were very in it. Like we just had the circumstances like, and the thing is like, she also shared with me a few times of like how some of the moments that she went through were so real for her in her life. And there was a lot of similarities between Gia and herself. And so like seeing that on her face, and she was so happy and her and Shekinah both said this to me on set, that it feels like this episode was like a chance for them to like rewrite their own histories. They felt that when they were younger, like if they could have like the kind of confidence that Gia would had, it would have, been a better experience for them. And like, I think that made it so powerful for me, just seeing like them going through this journey, like as someone who's like an ally and supports like this like whole message. I felt like really strongly affected by them and like their emotions. So it wasn't even as much of a discussion as like it just was, it just felt so real. I don't know how else to describe it, I guess.
Yeah, just seemed the energy in the air. And Josielyn said that when you guys got together, it was like you had been friends for years, kind of like the script called for. It's like just the energy was
crazy.
You guys all immediately clicked. Yeah, we
clicked so well, and it was crazy. Like people have said to me, or like I like was just hanging out with Josielyn on Friday, and she was like, somebody came up to us and they like could not believe that we had not known each other for more than like 3 months. They were like, you seem like you've been friends for years. I was like, yeah, well, just got lucky, I guess, that we just all like connected so quickly and so easily.
Hopefully you all made friends for life. Was it different? How did you approach it? Was there any difference being an ally and a best friend as a character, or did you just approach it as being the best friend? Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it was also actually provided for me in the backstory that Shakina gave me, that I'm like 100% on board and an ally like right from the beginning. So I kind of just definitely felt that from the beginning. But also too, just as someone who feels that way in my own life, I
I think that was just so easy to connect to. And I was just already feeling like really strongly. I was just so happy to be in something where I could like support a really positive message and be a part of something that's so meaningful to so many people. So yeah, I already felt that way from the beginning. That wasn't hard to connect to.
That's so cool. I also understand that you guys are going to have a special viewing of the episode at the high school where you actually shot the episode. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually, we just found that out. So yeah, we're apparently we're going to the high school that we're shooting at, which was cool because we were shooting the show or while they were in session in classes, which I guess I have never had that happen before. I've been to sets in high schools, but I haven't had them like operating like fully functional classes. So it was really interesting. We'd be like in our uniforms, like playing games, and we'd walk out, and people would have like their bell would ring, and they'd be running to classes, and we'd be passing by tons of like high schoolers and stuff, and it was really fun. But yeah, so we're going back to that school, and we're doing a screening there, and apparently having a talk back with the students there. So I think that's going to be really cool because you don't get to do that often, where you get to like get people excited about something in person and like hopefully spread a message to these high school kids of like community that they may want too. So I think it's going to be a really cool experience. I don't know too much about it yet, but I'm excited. So
I wanted to know, I have a silly question about, I think we've learned a lot about the behind the scenes filming of this episode. But one thing we didn't really touch on was the exterior shots for the car wash scene. So could you tell us about the day you had washing a PT Cruiser?
Oh yeah. That was very messy and very memorable. That was a lot of fun because I remember we got the direction from Shekinah to just really go in on this car wash scene and like get soap everywhere and like throw like water on everyone, and we were like full on. It felt like what a cafeteria food fight scene would be, but like we were full on like drenching each other at one point. So and it was kind of cold that day too. So I remember feeling like very wet and cold. And then also with the egg fight was it was very smelly. That part was really hilarious. We tried to do it. I know we tried to do it like a limited number of times so that we all didn't have to like reek of egg yolk, but like that was very fun, but also very like smelly, and was glad to go shower after that. But yeah, it was a really fun scene.
Was that shot out in the Universal lot, or was that somewhere on location?
Yeah. That was the I think that was the only scene that we shot that I was in, because I know Josielyn shot a lot that was in the Universal back lot, but that was the only scene that I remember that we shot on the back lot, and that was really fun.
It's really cool. I just want to say personally how much I admire both you and Josielyn. You're telling us that you got a one-way bus ticket and you were determined to make it work. She told us that she just went to LA with 3 months rent, and now here you both are on a network TV show. I mean, it shows the power of just the dedication and really being committed to doing something. Really, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely like a shot in the dark, but I was like, I wanted it so bad that I was like, I'm going to make it work. And yeah, I've been pretty lucky to have like a really fun job, and like it is my job, which is cool.
You saw it through.
Yeah.
You're right. The dream.
The dream, living the dream. That's right, living the dream. Talking to the Quantum Leap podcast. You finally arrived, Anita. Congratulations!
Exactly, totally. That was what I meant by that. Totally.
It's all downhill from here. Sorry.
You were telling us about the next project you have lined up is the American Doll series. Any other things that Leapers can look forward to?
Well, I am right now recording a video game, but I can't quite talk about what that is right now. So I have no idea when that's coming out, to be honest. And I will probably share it when I can. But yes, I am working on a video game right now. And yeah, that's that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the
So
animated
keep 'em
series
busy,
is the
keep 'em
next
working.
thing that you can like see out in the world pretty soon. I did do a really cool short with Paul Feig's company that I think is supposed to drop some point this year, and an indie film that's supposed to come out at some point later this year too. But again, I never know until somebody tells me, hey, it's out. This is also a past thing that I guess I can just say, but I did this movie, India Sweets and Spices, and it's actually out on Hulu right now. It came out like last year, but it's great and everyone should watch it. That's my pitch.
There you go. Plug,
Yeah.
right?
It's my plug. Everybody go watch India Sweets and Spices. It's cute.
It looks good from the preview.
What network is the American Doll show going to be on?
American Girl Doll.
Honestly, not sure. I think it's actually going to be
sorry,
out on
American
YouTube. I think it's going to
okay,
be out
good.
on YouTube. I'm pretty certain.
So, I mean, this has been such a great talk. I mean, we've been talking to a lot of cast people over the weekend involved with this episode, and we keep learning new things. Are there any aspects of the production that we haven't touched upon that you'd like to tell us about before we wrap up?
Oh, also, just working with Ray and Caitlin was such a fun time. I don't know if anyone talked about that part, but Ray is an insane basketball player. I'm just going to hype him up here because I didn't catch it on video because every time I tried to record it, I missed it. And we had to go like do a scene. But this man made every shot. Like as a basketball coach, he really owned it. He must play on a league or something. I think he did mention he plays on a league. But that man is really good at basketball. Just random people should probably know. Ray is great at basketball. I hyped you up. There you go, Ray. And then and Caitlin is also pretty good at basketball too. Like why they both shocked me. They were like really good. So that was a really random fun fact. And also just working with them is really fun because they're so cool. And the whole crew is just so warm and friendly. Like everyone from like wardrobe to makeup to, you know, sound, Panda on sound, like everybody is just so cool on this show and definitely feels like a family. And I was talking to Ray about it, and they have a brand new guest cast pretty much every episode, and they don't really get to interact with the other castmates because of their, you know, scenes and what they do. So it's interesting, like Ray and Caitlin are kind of just like on their own always with all the guest cast, and they make like a whole new TV family literally every week, which I thought was really cool. And they both had said that's like something that they really love about this show. And I was like, yeah, great. I love it too.
That's great. That's terrific. Yeah, we hear nothing but good things about them. And we usually ask, I think we've learned not to ask anymore, whether or not you got to interact with any of the other ensemble cast, because it seems like the shooting schedules are so different for both halves of the cast. Now you're telling me Ray barely gets to interact with them. So
Ray's he said that, and we were, because you know we'd obviously be hanging out and talking and stuff, and yeah, he said that he barely sees the other cast, which I thought was crazy. Like you're doing a whole show together, but you really never see. It's really just like him and Caitlin. They're like the dynamic duo, and I was like, that's pretty wild. But yeah, he said it's really fun for him to meet like a whole new cast and crew, and he says it's always like a really good time. So it's pretty fun.
That's really cool. Well, thank you, Anita, for your insight and for your participation and the role you've played in making this episode of Quantum Leap. As someone who considers himself a Quantum Leap fan and somewhat of a Quantum Leap aficionado, I can tell you with absolute confidence that this is going to be one of the all-timers for Quantum Leap, talking about old series and new series. It is just really a quintessential episode of Quantum Leap. And we have you in part to thank for that. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you. Ooh, goosebumps. Wow.
And thank you so much for the time you spent with us here today on the Quantum Leap podcast.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, bye.
Welcome back to Quantum Leap. And now it's time to go quantum deep.
Yeah, thank you, Albie. And look, I really enjoyed this episode, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there for the big discussion with Jessie and with Chris, but I'm enjoying listening along to it. I also don't really feel qualified to talk about any of the issues that were discussed in the episode, but I'm glad that they were discussed. They did a very good job with it, and they're discussions that need to happen. But what I did want to talk about is I am so impressed with the way that things are going in the mystery element with the project side of things. I totally expected that the name that Janice was going to give to Addison and to the project was Sam. And when Magic and Jen went to go and speak to Dottie, and Dottie was describing essentially the same thing that Magic had been, I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, Sam's still out there and he's still leaping into people. I honestly thought that if he was still out there leaping, which he obviously is, that he would have been ascended and be leaping as himself. So I was totally expecting to see, when Dottie opened up the sketchbook, Sam's pictures being drawn. My jaw actually hit the floor when I discovered that it was Ian who has obviously gone into the accelerator and leapt to try and prevent the cataclysm, which has somehow resulted in Addison's death and has done something else which has set the wheels in motion. But when I've had a chance to think about it, it actually makes perfect sense, because if we think back to the very beginning of the series, there was all this brand new code that had been uploaded into Ziggy, and it seems like there's these predetermined leaps that Ben is doing to be able to slingshot into the future. It would make perfect sense if Ian is the one who wrote that code, and if Ian's the one who gave it to them, and then also has had the future knowledge of where Addison originally leapt or where Leaper X originally leapt, and given them the information on what needs to change so that they can prevent this cataclysm that's coming. So I am so impressed with the foresight of the writers, making something which makes perfect sense, even though it's something that I hadn't really seen coming. Like, I was certain that it was going to be Sam who was behind everything. I'm a little disappointed. I still hope that we do end up seeing Sam somewhere along the way, but I'm also extremely pleased with how it played out. So what are your thoughts about that, Albie?
I immediately thought Sam, and then I was like, oh, well, it's probably not Sam. And then I thought Ben, and then I thought, ooh, what if it's Addison? Because Addison was the original leaper. So what if she leapt into Dottie at some point, and that still, for some reason, is in the timeline or something? I had no inkling of an idea that it possibly could be Ian. No way. I thought it was them.
Yeah, and I was going to say as well, we kind of see in this episode too, Addison kind of planting the seed in Ian, that Ian can break the rules, even just by saying, all I'm doing is opening the door here. And I thought that's such a good segue into what we see is going to end up happening with at least Ian in another timeline. I was also kind of shocked that Ben changed something before Ian had a chance to find out from Ziggy that anything had been changed, and Ian remembered the new timeline, actually having seen Gia and been impressed by her being one of the first players, trans players of a basketball game. So maybe there's something going on in the bubble that we thought happens in Quantum Leap, the project, that I would have thought that Ian would have remembered both timelines, or someone there would have remembered both of them.
Do you think the bubble is just confined to the imaging chamber then?
Well,
seems that way.
No, I don't, because remember in the episode with the murder mystery in the Great Depression, the Halloween one?
Yes, the Halloween episode that shall not be named Part 2.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, ye of little
Reddit,
faith.
Yeah. Remember the Reddit thread and the fact that they still went to this website. It just ended up being that the website didn't exist anymore. But
they remembered
had
it.
the 404, and they remembered actually being on that website. So, yeah.
So what would be the difference between the two? Why would there be a inconsistency?
Well, that's what I'm trying to think about. Maybe this is one of the major cornerstones to do with Ian and their leaping journey, which is going to end up happening. So, yeah.
If Ian leaped from the future, then Ian could be putting in future code in the past, because future Ian could just as easily walk into the project just as easily as current Ian, because it's Ian and nobody would give them a second look.
Oh, that's interesting. Or it could be Ian, like future Ian, leaping into other people in the project too, because it seems that Ian is taking over other people's bodies as well. Yeah. And I think Janice kind of alluded to that as well, saying you can't trust anybody here because anybody could be anybody else, or the hologram could be there listening as well. We don't know who Ian might have as a hologram. I think that Addison must have died and this cataclysmic event must have happened, and that's why Ian might have been the only one available to actually leap, because you would think that they're probably the least likely to end up being in line to leap, unless there was no one else there.
What my mind immediately went to after all of this, after the episode ended, thinking of Ian leaping back into Dottie, was at some future point, not just Addison dying, but like maybe an all is lost future where it's a apocalypse and everything's gone to poo, and but Ian's around and has a plan and goes, if I leap back and tell Ben what happened, then he'll leap and he'll fix this.
That's what I think must have been happening, because I would not expect Ian to ever leap unless it was a really dire circumstance where Ian is the only one actually able to do anything like that.
I don't think it's something nefarious Ian would have done. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that there's anything nefarious on Ian's part, but I also do think we're starting to see some little seeds throughout that Ian will take charge if need be, and will do the actions that are needed to put in place what needs to be put in place. So it is perfectly in character, and we are starting to see these seeds blossom. But yeah, I was so shocked when I saw that it's Ian that leapt into Dottie, and but having looked back retrospectively over those episodes, it also makes perfect sense, considering even the staff at Project Quantum Leap seem to think that Ian's the only one that can help get them through this without Ben there. So yeah, it seems. And remember, Ian's the one who...
It's getting better and better.
I think so too. Yeah. So yeah, fantastic episode all round. I didn't even get into anything about the leap stuff, but I don't think we even really needed to, because you've got Jessie and Chris to discuss that with. But what I will say about the actual leap is there are discussions that need to be had. I think that the questions that get asked are perfectly valid. You know, we do need to be respectful to everybody and, you know, let people live their lives and not harass anybody. So,
So what's your final rating on this episode? 1 to 5 scale.
My final rating will be, hang on, I've got to think of a good object. My final rating will be 5 beautifully drawn portraits of Ian out of 5.
Oh, I like that. I like that. All right. Well, thank you for going quantum deep with us, Hayden.
Oh, always. I hope you're not too sore.
Another great interview. This show is probably going to be 3 hours long, maybe 4. Who knows? I like the long
interview
ones.
overload. I was going to say, Albie, it's like the old podcast of yore. Maybe see if you can get it up to 5.
I'm very responsible. I'm very responsible for a lot of people not listening to the podcast because it was just too darn long. I remember Christopher's story of saying once he saw a 4-hour podcast, he said some expletives and threw his phone. Even though he loved the show, he wasn't going to give 4 hours to it. So
that's my problem with Critical Role right now. I started watching the TV show Vox Machina, which is the adaptation of Critical Role. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh, I wanna listen to Critical Role now. And then I look at those podcast episodes, and it's like 3 hours long per episode. I'm like, I don't know.
Okay. So Jessie, watching the whole first season of this incarnation of Quantum Leap, what's your thought? What's your crazy theories? What do you think's going to happen? Who do you think the bad guy is, or what they're trying to avoid, or what Ben's trying to make right what once went wrong or will go wrong? What's your crazy theories?
Sadly, I'm always bad at coming up with crazy theories. I'll come up with them every once in a while, but I'm never good at them. So I'll just throw out one wild one that I'm not entirely sure I believe in it, but hell, I'll manifest it because it's what I want. I would love to see the evil leapers. I would love to see there's we saw the one leaper way back in a few episodes ago. He's like, stay out of this, Ben. Back in I think the Wild West episode. And so I'm like, well, hopefully they're delving into the evil leapers. So that was sort of one of those crazy ideas that was in the season 5 of Quantum Leap, where they were just throwing everything at the wall. That I really enjoyed that, and I was kind of always curious to see them expand the lore of that a little bit more. So that's my wild theory, that maybe we're gonna get into the evil leapers and what's going on with them. But I wouldn't. Let me put it this way: I would love to see it. I would love to manifest it. I wouldn't bet money on it, but that would be my hope. So.
One thing about this episode that made me have crazy theories is we see Ian, and they're in the notebook, and you see the sketches of them, but is it our Ian? When we watched this episode, I was thinking, okay, in the beginning of the episode, Addison's in the imaging chamber, which is probably where the protective bubble is, I'm thinking, in this show, to where they're not affected by time when they're in the imaging chamber. So Addison wasn't, because when she came out and spoke with Ian, they had said that, no, they always won the game. So Addison was actually in an alternate universe at that point then, when she went into the imaging chamber. And then we see Ian go into the imaging chamber with Addison. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, something's going to happen in this episode. Maybe the great happy ending of the episode changes the whole world around them. So when they come out, it'll be different. So that got me thinking into, multiple timelines and different versions of different characters. And I know from speaking with executive producers that crazy shit is coming. And so to me, that my brain went to alternate versions of people, alternate realities, or an episode where Addison steps out and everything's either shut down, gone, who knows what. So what if Ian leaped into Dottie, but it wasn't our Ian that we know and love?
Interesting. That would be, if we're presuming that there's a future leaper, that this is where it gets complicated. So we know time changes. So if there's a future leaper, then are they changing time as we're changing time? And so when do all those time loops sort of crystallize into each other? When does that sort of happen? So yeah, that can get real complicated. I like that idea of alternate timelines and different versions of people. That would be kind of cool. But again, so complicated.
Yeah. And I had mentioned my crazy theory about all of them taking a turn in the accelerator chamber and going back to fix something or to, orchestrate this huge plan. But glaring question, and it begs the question: how does Ian get home and Ben doesn't? Right? Because you still have to have Ben out there leaping, unless they make some kind of conceit that Ben can leap home between leaps or whatever, but then you kind of break the show,
Or the season ends, wild season finale, they stop whoever it is, but then Ben leaps home, but then maybe someone else is stuck leaping and Ben has to be the person in the imaging chamber. That might be it. And I doubt that would be a dynamic that they'd keep for the show for seasons and seasons, like maybe for an episode or two at the beginning of season 2, but it'd be a fun sort of like cliffhanger at the end of season 1.
All right, kind of like the leap back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's the possibilities, like my head is popping, and the fact that we see that somehow the members of the project are going to be involved, and Albie, like you said, some wacky shit's coming. I just hope that it defies expectations. I hope it's not like, oh, that's it. I hope that it is a little bit like Jessie, like you said, like it's a little bit messier. It's a little bit, more esoteric, a little bit more timey-wimey for the time travel fans, not just for casual viewers that are half paying attention.
As long as the drama is good, I love a messier story. Even if the drama is like also gets messy, just like, if it's paint by the numbers, I get bored. And so I'd rather just like take big swings, and sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss, but I'm always interested. Like things that are bad in an interesting way, I think are great. As long as they just take risks. I always want things to take risks. That's always better. And hopefully they'll hit every single one out of the park. They have the potential to, and they've been doing well so far. So I'm excited to see what they come up with.
I think that scene where Addison comes out and the universe has been changed around her, I think that was specifically put in there to say, hey, this is the rule of how it works. We pretty much know that rule for being fans of the classic series also, and just getting the whole time travel part. But for new viewers, that's something that they need to be educated on if that's going to come up in a later storyline. So I really think that's part of it. And for the record, I'm perfectly okay with Ian being the bad person as long as we still have our Ian. So it could be another Ian. So that might be a way to get around that old trope of making people that are queer trans being the bad guy, which Quantum Leap messed up on in the original series. They had that episode. So maybe this will redeem them a little bit.
Just give Mason a really obviously bad goatee.
Yes, full of Spock. Yes, I'm here for that.
Mirror universe, right? Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. And we have another interview. We have the woman who played Gia, Josielyn Aguilera. We got her on our podcast. So I'm very excited for this one, and I think you folks are going to love it too. So let's go to that interview, and we'll be right back.
Hey, this is Matt, Chris, and Albie at the Quantum Leap podcast, and we're really excited today because we have with us a special guest, Josielyn Aguilera, who plays Gia in the latest episode, Let Them Play. Josielyn, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
Not as excited as us. We've just seen the episode. We loved it. We've been talking about it all weekend, so we're really happy to have you on us to talk about that. Could I just start by asking, just sort of generally, if you could tell us a bit about yourself and your background and what you've been doing the last few years?
Yeah, so I was born in Mexico, in Uruapan, Michoacan, Mexico, and I grew up in Northern California. So I am like a Mexican immigrant who grew up in Cali. I moved around a lot in California, and I had a single mom who raised me and my sister. And I mean, my childhood was very nice. I mean, we seemed to struggle a little bit being like first generation coming to America. My mom didn't really speak the language. Me and my sister, we luckily like started school in California. I actually had to like repeat kindergarten because I didn't know how to speak English. So that's something I always think about. It's so silly. But I mean, we grew up in Northern Cali, in like Lincoln, California. We traveled a lot and to like Patterson, California. So a lot of like small town, little country town places, which I now love and think fondly of those memories. But I always dreamt of moving to like a bigger city, moving to LA, to New York, and dreams of becoming an actress and a model and, you know, doing all of these amazing things. And finally, when I got the courage to, you know, to just do it. And my mom was like my biggest supporter. She was the one that actually gave me the courage to move to LA. It was during the pandemic. So I actually moved to LA in August of 2020. And it was just a dream come true. And I had 3 months rent. I remember I had 3 months rent. And I didn't know where I was going. I never really traveled or visited LA. So I had no idea where I was going to end up. I had no idea what was going to happen, if I was going to make it, if I was going to come back. And luckily, I met amazing roommates that, took me in. I just started working. I worked in retail. And 3 months in, I ended up getting into a modeling competition and with Slay Model Management. And that's where I got my start. And things just kind of went from there. And now I'm here talking about, Quantum Leap and being a part of this amazing show. And I also went to Paris recently, and I did a show in Paris called Love Trip Paris, which was a dream come true. And now I'm just like thinking about that little kid, growing up, thinking like, I want to do all of these things. And I'm thinking, whoa, like, kiddo, if you only knew everything you're going to go through.
Did you ever think, when you started on this journey in 2020, that things would move that fast? And, to be sat here now, basically having had the lead role in the focus of an episode, that's such a quick journey.
It is. It really is. I honestly didn't expect it to happen this quickly, and to achieve everything I've achieved so far. I was so surprised, and I'm so grateful. And I always say every time I go to an audition or take, get the opportunity to be a part of a project, it always feels like the first time. It always feels like this is the first time I'm doing this. This is the first time I'm on set. So I'm like, I go in and I'm like, the cameras, the lights, all the cast and crew. And I'm just like giddy, even though, I've been a part of all these amazing projects. I'm like, it just still feels like the first time. And it's kind of funny because I have like family back home who are equally as surprised. I have my aunt who was like, oh my God, like, I'm so surprised that Josielyn just went to LA and she told us she was going to do this and she did it. And everyone's just like in awe and they love me and they're rooting for me. So it just feels so nice to like come back and be like, I did it, you guys, I did it. Like, I went to LA and I worked hard and I did what I wanted to do. And here I am. And I'm just so, so grateful and so excited for everything.
Can you tell us a little bit about the process of how you heard about the role on Quantum Leap and sort of the steps that you needed to go through to land it?
Oh my God. Actually, that's a funny story. So when I came back from Paris, so I was in Paris and I was filming a show. And when I came back from Paris, I had like a few weeks I had a few weeks to like get myself situated, coming back. It was like figuring everything out. And then I just got this call from my agency from Slay Model Management. And they gave me a call. They're like, hey, we have this audition. Like, can you do it, please? And I was like, yes. And it was funny because I was in the middle of like looking for a new place to live, trying to figure out like where I'm going to, end up back in LA. I was kind of living with my parents for a little bit back in Northern California. So during all of this drama of like me looking for a place to live, coming back and forth, I had other auditions and, other projects I was still wanting to be a part of. I had this call and I read the script. And the first time I read the script, I cried. And I remember I called my mom. That was the first thing I did. I called my mom and I said like, oh my God, like I just read this amazing script and I have an opportunity to audition for it. And just to have this script in my hands felt like a win for me, for my community, for the trans community, because I've never read such a beautiful, beautiful story about a trans girl who all she wants to do is just play basketball and be herself. And this is what I remember thinking, like, this is what I want to see on TV. These are the stories I want to share, I want to be a part of. And even if I'm not a part of, I want to watch them and root for like all the other girls and all the other people that get to be a part of these projects. Like, I want more of this. And I was just so grateful. And I remember I told my mom about like the story, what it was, and how it really reminded me of me back in high school. And, you know, I also transitioned in high school, and I mean, I really am Gia. Like, I really lived her life. You know, I also, I transitioned in high school. I wasn't allowed to play in the girls' sports. I wasn't allowed to be in the girls' locker room. I remember they gave me like an assigned restroom, and, you know, I wasn't able to do all of these things. I think like I did track and field, but it was like the co-ed track and field, so anyone could do it. But I had to, you know, change in a restroom for like in a separate restroom. I had to change in a separate restroom, and I just remember for me, I wasn't as brave as Gia to stand up for myself. I remember I was just so scared, and all I wanted was to just be a normal kid. So I mostly just kind of hid, and, you know, like I didn't really stand up for myself. I didn't say much. And going back and doing this show, it kind of made me feel like I got a chance to fix my wrongs and to stand up for myself and to, you know, stand up for the things I really wanted to do, which was, for me, it was play volleyball and join the cheer team. And I remember I auditioned for it, but they just wouldn't, you know, they wouldn't let me be a part of that because it was just too complicated. And I do remember when I transitioned in high school, I was taking PE. And the moment I transitioned and they all kind of caught, the teachers and everybody caught on, they took me out of PE as soon as they could. So they just took me out, and then they're like, oh, we'll just, you know, set up, you know, figure out another way you can make your credits. But I wasn't allowed to finish, do a lot of like the sports and activities. And I just was kind of like, okay, like I remember I felt like being myself was a win. It didn't matter anything else. I got to be who I am. I got to introduce myself as Josielyn. That was a win for me. That was all I wanted. And, you know, I was so grateful for that I didn't want to take in all of the other negativity. I'm like, oh, whatever. Like, I didn't want to do PE anyways. I didn't want to do the sports anyways. You know, I think I convinced myself to be like okay with it. But in reality, I mean, it wasn't okay. And I'm really grateful that we get to see Gia stand up for herself and to be like, no, like, I want to play basketball. I'm good. I deserve to be on the team. I deserve to play just like all the other girls. And to be a part of that and to say that, I mean, there were moments where I, like, on set was like tearing up and talking with Shekinah and all the other producers and directors, thinking like this is my life. Like, this is the things I wish I would have said. I wish I would have done. And now I'm saying it. And it was real. It felt real.
To that point, I think one of the things that this show does so strongly is shine a light on the insanity of the bigotry, but also manages to do it in such an uplifting and positive way. We were all crying through it, but both for those, the injustice and also this is such an uplifting and positive story.
Yes, I definitely agree. Like, it was a very like sweet, uplifting, just beautiful story. And, you know, it wasn't sad and dark, and, you know, it didn't paint, you know, trans issues as a negative thing. It just painted as like, hey, you know, these are real stories. Like, this girl just wants to play basketball. And that's what I love about this story so much, that it's a real story about a real kid, you know?
The filming of the episode, once you're on set and you're ready to go, this is a unusual episode of Quantum Leap only because usually it focuses more on Ben, and he's in like every shot. But this is a really good episode because it really puts the focus on your character, Gia, and you're in most of every scene of the show, really. And what was the filming process like? Were you there for the whole 8 days?
Yeah, I was there for the whole 8 days. So I was there all day on set, and I loved it. I mean, I just love being on set. I love being with the crew. I feel like we all became like really close, and I love just, coming in and having high energy and sitting in my makeup chair and talking with hair and makeup and just being excited about it. I mean, I loved being on set, and I got to talk to Ray, and he is just amazing. He's so kind. He's brilliant. I mean, we really like, when I had questions, he really let me, you know, talk with him, go through it, and we went the scene together, and he gave me his insight on like, what is this? What is the scene supposed to really mean? Like, how are we supposed to, you know, make the audience feel? And to have that opportunity to talk about the scene and what we're trying to show was just amazing. And I feel like he definitely helped me out a lot. Same with Brigitte, who was my mother on the show. She was so sweet. She was so kind. I felt like she was like my second mom. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so sweet. And I also loved the conversations that I started to hear and had with a lot of the crew and cast, you know, about trans issues and what it was like growing up. And of course, you know, I talked about my experience and what I went through, but it was really nice to see them kind of reflect and realize like, whoa, like I had no idea that Gia's going through this. And, you know, like it was really sweet to actually see them really understand like what the issue was. You know, it's like, well, this kid just wants to play basketball. Like, what's the problem? And they all read the script and they all were so supportive and so kind. And it was just nice to see people just really get it and really understand it and be like, wow, like this is a real issue. And I remember being on set, and there was this one scene that we did. I think I was sitting at the stairs in our home, and I was talking to Ben, and I was telling him like, you just don't understand. And I remember that when we did the scene and when we finished, everyone else on set was just quiet, and it was like you could just hear like a pin drop, and everyone was like, whoa. Like it almost felt like people got it. Like people were finally listening and really heard what I was saying and really understood it. And were like, wow, like this is a lot. This kid is going through so much and she's so brave. And, you know, this is real. And I just remember that moment just being really beautiful because I felt like everyone really understood what was really going on and how powerful this episode was and how important this story was.
Being the mouthpiece of such an important message and being as Albie was saying, effectively being the focus more than anyone else in Quantum Leap so far has been on of the episode. Did you feel any pressure there at all in terms of what was being expected of you? Or?
I want to say like yes and no. A part of like no, because I was just being myself and I was just trying to have fun on set, and I was so grateful to be with everyone and to, you know, I felt like I could just be myself because of how much I related to Gia and a lot of similarities that we had. And I was like, oh, she's just a kid. And like, this is exactly how I was. And like, you know, in 2012 and, you know, just being young and free, wanting to play basketball and not caring and just wanting to hang out with my friends. And, you know, I felt like I could just be myself. And yes, I do also felt like there is a pressure. You know, I feel like I've always kind of felt that in a lot of things that I've done. I feel like I was put into this role to stand up for myself and my community as a trans immigrant woman. And, you know, I do feel that pressure, but I also feel like that could be for all trans women, you know, in the film, in media and TV, because of the lack of stories and like real stories and progress, especially, you know, today. You know, I feel like there's still so much that we still need to go through, and we still need to accomplish a lot for people to just love and accept trans men and women and LGBT people. And I do kind of feel that pressure, but I overall, I want to do a good job for me. I want to do something that I'm proud of. something that makes me feel grateful to be here, to be doing these things. And also I want to do something that little kids could see and realize, like, wow, like I relate to this person. I relate to this character. You know, I didn't have that growing up, and I really wished I would have been able to see a girl like me on TV doing all of these amazing things and being a part of all of these amazing projects. And I wish I could have had that chance to see that, but I didn't. And to think now that maybe there are some little kids out there who still don't know who they are, who are trying to figure out, who feel so lost, and get to see me and realize, like, whoa, like this, you know, like this person looks like me and I relate to them, and they can do it, and they're amazing, and they're beautiful, and they're themselves, and I want to do that. So I really hope I can share that. I really, really hope that there's people that just see me and think like, whoa, she could do it, I can do it. And that's what I want. I mean, I want to like give other kids the opportunity to dream bigger.
As part of that process, when you were exploring the role and, you know, wanting all of these things, you had Shekinah there, other members of the trans community on set, doing scenes together. Was there a collaboration as you guys were going forward about the different ideas, like you were just expressing, that you wanted to convey in the performance, and how you might get those across, even though there's a lot in the script? Was there a bigger conversation about sort of the hopes for the role and the hopes that the episode, for the ideas the episode would convey?
I definitely think so. I feel like having Shakina on set was just amazing, because I feel like I really got to just like talk to her about my experiences and her experiences, and really, you know, showcase like this is a trans story, but it's a beautiful trans story. And so I did feel like I got to, you know, share with her like, oh, like, you know, this in this scene, this reminds me of what I went through back in high school, and how I reacted and how I wish I could have reacted. And there were a lot of moments where she like, you know, gave me advice and gave me the courage to like use that. You know, I remember her telling me like, okay, use that, portray that energy. You know, this is your story. This is, you know, it's your Gia. I mean, you literally went through this, you know, now you get a second chance to go back in time and rewrite your story. And, you know, and we got to really talk about it. And I think that was like really beautiful, because it wasn't just like, oh, follow the script, this is how things are going to be, this is how things are going to stay. No, it was more of like, we all everyone on set, we all went together. And, you know, I do think there was a few little moments where she just kind of rewrote the script a little bit, or changed a few lines so we felt more comfortable with the story. And that was, I think, was a beautiful thing about how it was set to be one thing, but it became something even more special for me, for everyone else in the cast. And I think that's what it was amazing, that there was just so much vulnerability and so much real energy and real experiences that went into the show, that I think made it such an amazing project to work with. And I mean, I was grateful every day to be on set and to feel like I'm just sharing my story.
During filming the episode, were you a basketball player before that, or was that a special skill on your resume? Did you have to learn as you went?
Oh my God, yes. So I actually never played basketball before the episode, but I actually learned. Like we had to learn, and I got a basketball coach who taught us in the team, and then I actually ended up working with another coach who let me like practice some more, and I actually loved it, and I learned to love it. And it's so funny because now I enjoy playing basketball. Once we wrapped the show, the first thing I did was like, I went to the store and I bought myself a basketball. And now I just love like going out and I play with my friends. And it was a lot of fun because it just kind of came naturally to me. The one thing that I feel like I'm very proud of is that I learn things very quickly. I enjoy like learning and like taking things and figuring out how they work, or like if it's a game or like a little device or something. Like I always love just kind of like figuring stuff out, or like taking things apart and being like, oh, okay. And I remember that's what I did when I was younger. I would have like toy cars and I would like take them apart and like figure out how they went back together. And I just enjoyed playing basketball so much, and I kind of went with the flow. And by the moments that we were shooting the big basketball games, I felt like a little bit of a pro. Like I was really excited. I was ready to show my moves. And it was one take that we were so upset that like no one filmed it. But there was one take where I was just practicing, and now I say like practice every rehearsal, like tape every rehearsal. And I was practicing, I like shot the ball, and I made it from like the 3-pointer line, and everybody went crazy. Shekinah was on the floor. Everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, we should have recorded that." And it was really exciting. It was really exciting to show like my new love for the game, and to be able to show like I actually do enjoy basketball, and I got to play, and you know, me and the girls love playing together, so it was just a lot of fun.
Anita played your bestie in this episode. Did you and her form like a friendship, and did you form any other friendships while you're on the set?
Yes, most definitely. Me, Anita, Aaron, and Lucy actually all became really close, and we all have our little Quantum Lions group chat that we're like always chatting in. I actually saw Anita this weekend, and we went out to dinner, and it was just really fun. And I feel like we really just connected. You know, we really all just became really close friends. And I love them so much. They're so sweet. And I mean, it was funny. Like, it did feel like we just became a team, and we all just got to be ourselves. And on set, while we were all together, we were always joking around, just making jokes, playing basketball, taking pictures. So it really did feel like we were 17 and in a basketball team, and just being just besties, all the four of us.
Albie, I know you're gonna bust. I know you want to ask about Paris.
Well, I have a few questions.
Go on.
I am here in Paris to find love.
I'm ready to try something different.
I am serious about finding a French husband.
Wow.
He's so hot.
J'ai quelques questions pour toi.
Someone isn't here for the right reason.
This is not a joke to me.
I don't want to get my heart broken.
I'm not a player, I'm a winner. If you want to fight, you're gonna lose.
This is pretty amazing.
I'm never gonna leave Paris.
I did bring my own engagement ring.
What?
The main thing on my bucket list, I think, that I haven't done yet in life is go to Paris, and I want to. So I love Trip Paris. I watched that preview. You look amazing in the show. I can't wait till it comes out. I think, what is it, February 15th?
February 14th.
That makes sense. Valentine's Day. All right. So what was your what was your trip to Paris like? What can you tell us?
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. It was amazing. It was a dream come true. It was my first time going to Paris. So without giving spoilers, it was my first time going to Paris, and it was just a dream. You know, I've always dreamt of going to Paris, and I mean, I love like the Parisian fashion, the food, the buildings, and like just how beautiful everything was. And to just be in Paris filming the show, and having a lot of fun, meeting amazing people. It was just a dream come true. I mean, I definitely felt like I was living my rom-com movie moment, and I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, I can say, having been to Paris myself, it's a magical experience. So I hope that while you were there, you were able to explore some more parts of France. I know you were probably on a shooting schedule, so it might have been difficult. But, I would recommend that.
But it was amazing. It was so much fun. And I can't wait for you guys to see my journey and to see the show. And I mean, it was a lot of fun. I also think that it's another great show because it also has all of these queer characters in it, you know, and that was another amazing thing that I'm just so grateful to be a part of. You know, we have myself, a trans woman, and we have Lacey and Rose and Caroline, and you get to learn their stories on the show. But, you know, it also is another, you know, queer show. And I'm just so grateful that we are now starting to see shows like this, you know, shows where you get to see people fall in love or, you know, date, and potentially, you know, magical things will happen. But I'm just really, really excited to show that experience. And I hope that others get to see that and to realize, like, wow, this is amazing. This is beautiful. We're just all here trying to live our life.
No, so I know Matt's been to Paris probably a couple of times. It's right around the block for him. He's in the UK. He's just like,
I never have.
He's
never
like,
have.
no big
It's
deal.
like a stone's throw.
But yeah. So I mean, now that you have that done and Quantum Leap is going to premiere and everybody's going to see you, is there anything else that we can look forward to seeing you in? Any other projects on the horizon that you can talk about?
Not any projects I can talk about yet, but hopefully some new amazing things that I can share with you guys. And I'm just really excited to see what's to come and to see what, you know, what's going to happen.
Do you have any special plans for the premiere night of your episode?
For Quantum Leap, yes. So for Quantum Leap, we are having a little premiere event, a little street screening with the whole cast, and on Monday night in Hollywood. And I'm really, really excited. My parents get to come, and they're actually coming from North California, and I'm really excited to see them and share what I've done, and to finally, you know, get to see the episode and to see what people think. And I get to be with my girls from Quantum Leap, so we get to be together and get to watch the show, and I mean, it's just going to be a dream come true. And I'm just so grateful that I get to share this with a lot of people that I've met on the show, a lot of my friends and my family. So that is just a dream. And I'm so grateful. And I give thanks every day for being able to be here and to share my story. And I'm just happy and excited.
The episode turned out really well. You'll be very happy and proud of your work, I think. It's one of the best episodes of Quantum Leap of all time, I think, in my opinion. So,
oh my
yeah, job well done.
Oh my God, you're so sweet.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah, we've commented before. I guess this is a question we normally ask, but since you're so young, we kind of assume that we already know the answer. Were you familiar with the original Quantum Leap before hearing about this role, before participating in the new series?
I wasn't too familiar with the show, but my dad, my stepdad, he actually, my stepdad, I call him Dad, but he actually watched the show when he was younger. And when I told him about it, and he was like, "You're joking." And I was like, "Yes, like, have you heard it?" And he's like, "Yes, I have." And so he was a fan, and he's actually so sweet. He's so excited for me. He's like told all of our family and his like coworkers. And when he saw the trailer, he like showed his boss and was showing all of his coworkers, like, "That's my daughter. She's on Quantum Leap." So that to me was so sweet. And I'm just so happy that I get to be a part of this amazing show, and to kind of, you know, just, I mean, it did so amazing the first time, and to be a part of the second time around, and just to give it a second life and to be a part of it, it's just so amazing. So I'm so grateful, and I'm really excited for my dad, because he is over the moon. He is so proud of me. He's like, "My girl's on Quantum Leap," like, oh my gosh. And he started, I think, rewatching some of the old episodes. I think he found them like on Amazon, and now he's just so excited, and he's like gone through the new episodes for Quantum Leap, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so excited," and it just feels amazing.
So, Josielyn, thank you so much for your time. It's, as I say, it's a great episode. We all loved it. I think that's come across in this interview. And I hope a lot of the listeners and the watchers will follow you and be watching Love Trip Paris February 14th, Freeform.
Yes, Freeform, Hulu the next day. Yeah. Fabulous.
So yeah, thank you so much for your time. Your enthusiasm for Quantum Leap and for Love Trip has been infectious. We've just had a real pleasure talking to you.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. And it was a pleasure speaking with you guys. And I'm so grateful for being on your show. And I'm really excited.
And we're back. How cool is Josielyn? And she's going to be on the new Hulu series. I think it's Trip to Paris. It's like a dating reality show where they go to Paris and they all live in a building and they're dating each other, different people. So check that out when it drops. I think it's February 15th on Hulu. So I'm excited to watch that. And now that we've met Josielyn, I'm a big fan. Of course, I was a fan from this episode. So I'm a little bit of a reality TV junkie. You know, I watch that kind of stuff. So I'll definitely watch this, and hopefully she finds someone. That would be great.
I just want to step back because I don't think we've mentioned on the show how commendable are her performances, and the fact that she had to carry so much, like every scene of the episode was basically on her shoulders. And usually that's Ray's job, but because of the nature of the episode, she had to be in the spotlight for most of it. And I think that she did just a fantastic job.
Oh no, she nailed every scene. She nailed the vulnerability. She nailed the anger at certain points. She nailed the exhilaration, like the joy that you see when she gets to like take the shot and gets to go on this team. The anger that she sometimes feels, but also the like pointing out to her parents, like, you gotta let me live. But then also standing up to people, but also being scared too and being vulnerable. Like, I think, yeah, she was excellent, very versatile for this job. I think she really hit it home. So.
And kudos to everybody running Quantum Leap that they gave the microphone to the right person. They didn't try to squeeze all that, all those issues and all that dialogue into Ben's character, like shows might, and have someone speaking for people that he's not representing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. In a lesser show, you could definitely see like you could see a just like the lead character who's not part of that community have to give like the big grand speech, and it's like we don't get that, and I appreciated that.
Well, Ben did get a pretty good speech, though. We haven't mentioned this. I mean, he gave that pep talk at the end when she was not sure of herself, and one of my favorite lines in the episode, and it's I think great lesson for life. He says, "You define the game by how you choose to play it." And
he does get that, and he at least he's enabling her as opposed to speaking for her, which I think was great.
I mean, it's no risk is our business, but still, it was pretty good.
It was really solid. It was really solid. No, it was not to do a disservice to Ben. He was great this whole episode. We didn't talk much about him. One thing too, I'll just quick mention is I did like the moment where he tries to relate through his experience to Gia, and Gia pushes back on that a little bit, saying like, you don't know what it's like to have people even questioning who you are from like all around you. And so she pushes back on that, but he does also try to relate a few times too, which I think was right as well.
Yeah, but that was a sly nod at him being a leaper, and maybe he can relate. And again, the overall theme of Quantum Leap, walking around somebody else's shoes, because she says, I know who I am, but everybody tells me I'm someone else, even my reflection.
Yeah.
So it's a little on the nose right there for, in terms of Leap.
Yeah. Well, I will say too, like, this is one thing I always talk about in a lot of my work is that, people tend to think that trans issues are unrelatable. People say like, I can never understand what you're going through. I can never understand what you're going through. And you may not be able to understand the specifics, but trans people are human. We have the same emotions. We feel the same things, and we deal with a lot of some of the same things. It comes out in a different way. Like, I'm sure every single one of us feels like we don't measure up to who we're told we're supposed to be in some way, shape, or form. And there's a lot of specific bigotries being targeted at trans people right now, but I think that internal feeling is something that everyone feels in some way, shape, or form. It's just for trans people, it's very obvious because gender is a construct that we very much use throughout our society to try to sort of say people should be this and fit people into those boxes. So it's a very overt feeling for trans people, but all of us feel it in some way, shape, or form, whether it's like you're not manly enough or you're not fit enough, or you're not this enough, everyone feels it. So yeah, the fact that, you are relating, you do have characters relating to a trans character, I think is really cool. So
yeah, that's why I like the few sentences that Ian got to say about artificial boxes and ideas of gender that they've been presented with their whole life, and not being true. It's just an artificial construct, basically. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But that's something I struggled with for most of my life to a much lesser extent, but I never fit into that, manly wanting to go hunting and killing and watch sports stereotypical guy thing. So I always questioned for most of my life who I was and what box did I fit into. And I think it was about 42 when I just realized boxes are bullshit and they're not real things. And I shouldn't have to fit myself into somebody else's idea of what I should be. I should just be myself. And after that, I became very much more loving towards myself and less hateful of myself because I decided, you know what? I'm me. I don't know what box I would ever fit in if there is a box, but I love me and I like me. And if people don't like me, that's
them,
fine.
That's a them problem. Yeah.
Right. I just always grew up not accepting gender roles, norms and stuff. Like I was the kid in home ec class as well as shop class, and I just wanted to do everything. And I didn't understand the artificial limitations that are imposed on kids. Luckily, I had very supportive parents that bought me, they bought me trucks and Legos, and they also bought me fashion plates, so I got to be a little fashion designer when I was a little boy and stuff like that. So I was very lucky growing up that my parents just let me be me. And I was always in a situation where everybody around me always let me be me. So I'm very grateful for everybody in my life that let me be me.
Hell yeah. I love that.
Another thing that I thought was cool about what Ben said to Gia was about my friend Ben's song. And I thought that might be a tiny little breadcrumb because as we learned about in Christopher's book, what happens to people that are leapt into after the leaper leaps out, foreknowledge, Gia's father is going to have that missing time as well. And they're going to be talking about that foreknowledge right there. If you haven't read it, Jesse, I highly recommend it.
I was going to pick it up after you told me that Chris had here in a book. I hadn't mentioned it to him yet.
But he's going to ask Gia and the rest of his family about what happened during this time I was missing. And I'm sure they're going to mention that you mentioned Ben's song. So that might be a little breadcrumb for maybe peoples that were leapt into and are missing time, maybe in a season 2 kind of story of those people that were leapt into getting together and maybe some kind of support group, like Doctor Who, people that have met the Doctor or something like that. So I thought maybe that might be something they're planning now for later.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be interesting. That'd be a really interesting idea.
Yeah, the only thing that contradicts that is they all seem to not remember anything. But now you have Dottie drawing pictures of Ian, which I'm sorry, when I saw that, I said, well, they just stole that right out of my book. Obviously, they're in the writer's room reading foreknowledge and seeing how Anne-Marie reacted. And because that is a scene, that is one of the vehicles in my book to advance the plot and have her help as she remembers Sam. That she learns that she can draw, and she just starts sketching pictures of this mystery man, and she gets pretty good at it. So, so it was kind of neat to see that, ideas that I have had, I guess, are worthy of network TV, which is cool.
Yeah. That's pretty
I'm
cool.
sure I'm not the only one that's had the idea. And it's great, Albie, that you mentioned the thing about the support whatever group or however it comes together, because I believe when we had the fiction contest on the Quantum Leap podcast, the winning story was something along those lines, former Leapees coming together at the project somehow. It was a very interesting concept to us. I think that's why it won, because it was just so uniquely Quantum Leap and well written, obviously. Yeah.
All right. I think it's time to move into final thoughts. We'll start with Jessie. Final thoughts about Let Them Play.
I think I said a lot of it at the top. I think this was a really strong episode, probably my favorite of the season, and I really feel like the show is picking up steam at this point. I've liked the season so far, but the past few episodes have really shown like, okay, now they're really getting to play around with the tools that they built for themselves and getting to do new things. Like having this episode be a very targeted, like the message episode about this about trans people in this one. Last one being like a time loop one that was something new for the series. Like they set the stage to like, okay, this is what quantum leap is, and now they get to play a little bit more and break outside the mold a little bit more. And so it's been nice because it's like the show coming into its own a little bit these past few episodes. So this was a strong episode, perhaps the strongest of the season so far. One that obviously I think was emotionally resonant for me for a lot of different reasons, and I think that they nailed it. And I'm in awe of how many nuances and ideas that they were able to tackle in this episode while it still all felt cohesive. And felt very meaningful overall, and then even tying into all the cool lore stuff too. So like it was a very deftly handled episode. So
on a 1 to 5 scale of silly objects, what would you give this episode?
I would give this one I'm trying to think of my silly object. I will give this one 5 out of 5 slam poetry nights.
Wow.
You just stole
my
Chris's.
silly object. You son of a gun.
Christopher, final thoughts on Let Them Play.
I think Jessie said everything I wanted to say, including this one. No, seriously, it felt like classic Quantum Leap. This reminded me a lot of Somebody Up There Likes Ben, because it just felt like it had the DNA of the original series all over it, with issues oriented and just a lot more human centered heart and less back at the project mystery box stuff. And I feel like everything that we did see back at the project really coincided with what was going on with the leap in a nice cohesive way. And then you had the Jen and Magic stuff, completely separate track to, I guess, advance the lore part of everything, to advance the mystery part of it, but it was very compelling. And like I said, jaw-dropping with the reveal at the end. So I feel like this is a high mark for the Revival series, and I will give it 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 sprained ankles.
Okay. We'll take it. 4 out of 5 sprained ankles. Thank you. For me, this episode, like I said earlier, was the most Quantum Leap episode of any Quantum Leap, in a good way, in the best possible way. Growing up, I learned my morality from 2 things: Quantum Leap and Star Trek. And I'm very fortunate that I found both of those, and that pretty much taught me how to be the best human being I could be, or at least try, for the most part. You know, to understand what it's like to be someone in someone else's shoes, and to empathize with somebody, and to see the person before seeing the cover of the book, let's say. And, you know, not to prejudge anybody, get to know anybody, get to know everybody. Everybody's a person, you know, that kind of stuff. Just be kind, you know, like you see the t-shirts all the time, but it's very important. Be kind, you know? And I think that with this episode, when younger people are going to see it now and in the future when they find this show, and I think this will add to their morality. I mean, if you can get through this episode and still be on the opposite side of the issue, I don't understand how you're human. So for that reason, and also because it was just entertaining, it was a great episode, I'm going to give it 7 sudsy, soapy PT Cruisers.
That was going to be my other one. If I was debating between slam poetry or a car wash, a nicely washed car was my other one.
I immediately saw the PT Cruiser in the production photos they released, because I've owned like 3 of them, because I was always a nerd and always loved PT Cruisers. Right now I don't have one because they kept blowing up. I still love them. Not a great mechanically.
It may have almost
cars.
killed me, but I love them.
Yeah. I was like, after the third engine blew, I was like, okay, maybe I'll try a different car. So I have an Equinox part one. I haven't got an Equinox part 2 yet, so we'll see. Little Voyager humor there. All right. Well, this has been a great time. It's been great getting to know you, Jessie. You're welcome back anytime for any episode you want to do. Doesn't have to be anything to do with issues or anything like that. So
yeah, no, it's funny because you've been just to tell the listeners the story. You've been trying to get me on for a while. I was actually scheduled to come on, I think, before the new year, and it just the two schedules kept messing up and not working out for both ends. I think we both rescheduled. So it was just kind of funny that, like, serendipitous, as you said, that this was the episode that I came in on, because it's one where I have expertise in. But I would also love to join you again, because this was a great conversation and I had a great time. And join you again for an episode that was about some other fun, sci-fi nonsense and fun times. So
yeah, it was fun. And before we go, I'd like to end with you, Jessie, and ask you for any teen, youth person, any person struggling in the trans community, and if they need help, or what would you recommend to them to do to reach out, where to reach out, and how to keep going and get help with anything they may need?
I think the best place for me that I have seen a lot of people is the Trevor Project. That's explicitly a place to call for LGBTQ youth, trans youth, to reach out if they are struggling or just need help or someone to talk to. I would really recommend the Trevor Project. And if you are someone who wishes to help, I can actually pull it up because I was actually working earlier today on a thing for another charity. If you wish to give and help trans people, I might as well mention it because I have it. One of my favorite organizations is the National Center for Transgender Equality. I've done a few things for them before, and they're a nonprofit organization that focuses on trying to increase the equality for trans people. So they do a really great job. So if you are a transgender person or an LGBTQ youth who needs help and is listening to this, check out the Trevor Project. They are really helpful. Trans Lifeline as well as another crisis hotline. And then the Transgender Center for National Center for Transgender Equality, is a great place to donate to if you wish to donate some of your money.
Awesome. Okay, well, I think this was a fun time. It was a little hard at times, but it needed to be. And a great episode, and I loved having you on. Thank you so much, Jessie. And for the Quantum Leap podcast, I'm Albie.
I'm Chris.
And I'm Jessie.
Keep leaping. Or is it get leaping? Get leaping.